Alright, folks, welcome back. Day 29, as usual, keeping this streak alive once again. Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, yesterday we had our half day. Had a bunch of buzzwords being thrown around. That was interesting. It kind of led me to an evening of exploration of what the current gist of all these buzzwords are. Had some interesting reads. Things like, I was a bit baffled by the terminology of the solar system language learning model, among other things, just to see what the current trends are in using these, let's say, extravagant, sensational titles for specific learning methods. We'll see if we have the opportunity to share what I've dug up here and there on a superficial level, right? Nothing too in-depth. Naturally, it was a bit superficial since I wasn't aware that a lot of the techniques that I've introduced to myself, for myself, and have tested myself, ended up being lumped together in some sort of terminological, like categorical, generic, fruity language. So we'll see if I have the opportunity to elaborate on that later. So in terms of yesterday, we did learn a few things, I think. It was a half day. The half day's vocab is kind of slim, so let's not stick to kana this time. Or I could, there is a chance I can evoke kana from English context. So let's see. Let's try to, walk through the room, do our little total recall session in the beginning. So we have, I think we have kais, like kai like nikai. So we had first floor and second floor, and I said nikai second floor. I don't have the associated kana yet for underground level. That was introduced yesterday. Homu, right? Homu for platform. Have an associated memory for puraturu. I think it was like puraturu form. Homu, puratura maybe, puratura homu, just to give me that idea where it came from, which the katakana came from English. Interestingly enough, I thought that was a very invigorating, nice fun fact right there. Oh, there were a lot of fun facts yesterday. I might have been a little too direct with the whole fun fact things yesterday upon retrospection. So platform, Era beta, yeah, era beta. So elevator. That one I could see the kana first. What other kanas can I see? Right, I remember this one. Atearai? Yeah. Restroom. Atearai. Atearai? Possibly. It might be ade, but we'll see. This one is a little hazy. It's a little hazy in my mind's eye right now. Walk through. We used a lot of the arimasen and arimasu, right? Have or have not on a specific room, on a specific floor. Oh, we got some super cognates like ATM or ATM, right? Or actually, did they get ATM? Yeah, they got ATM instead of ATM. ATM. Hmm. Trying to scoop up some hirakana, if anything was in hirakana, outside of ateatarai, ateatarai. There is another vocab from a different day, and I don't quite remember the. Nope, can't see the kana, but we did get ticket gate, so it might be yesterday, it might be the day before. A ticket gate. And then we got stuff from 2 days ago that I had trouble remembering, and now I can distinguish, I think. We have asobimasu. Asobimasu, which is hang out. And then to go out is kake, something kake. Okake. We'll just go with okake for now. No, that doesn't look right. If I imagine... Oh, wait. Does it look okay? The kana looks kinda okay, but it's kakemasu. I forgot the first kana. Looks like this. And then... a... Right. And this is hazy right now. We'll keep to those, and then let's do somewhere on the right here, and let's just remind ourselves of the right. We have the kaimas, the kai and kaimas. Right, kaimas, and then yojobi, no, dojobi. Whoops, dojobi. Right, so do and jobi. Doyobi, sorry, jobi. Doyobi, yo. Oops. Stroke order. Messed up stroke order. And then this should be higher. So let's try that again. Alright. Doyobi. and then B. And then we have hanashimasu. So right, hana, and then she. Right, hanashimasu. Just to talk or talk. We'll just stick with talk instead of adding to in front. Right. So, is there anything else we can? Okay. We only completed 6 lessons yesterday. It was a half day. Wednesdays are half days. We had to chill with the gang. Honestly, just to give a little background of what I do on my off days. Me and 2 peeps that I've met over the years. For myself, my exercise is to explain. Generally, I take the time, prepare all my thoughts in retrospect, and explain what happened in the week. So since I'm learning Japanese and looking at digging in terms of learning methods for learning languages, I'm not a linguist, so lots of little side background off-stream stuff. I learned to explain it, and then I talk to them about it, or share. Really, it's more like a one-sided share at the moment, but the idea is the once a week meeting is a way to encourage expression, consolidation, keep people entertained or interested in what they're doing. And for myself, it's an opportunity to prepare things to share, work on communication. We do speak largely in English. I mean, almost exclusively English. However, these individuals do share some interest in the Japanese language, specifically the language itself, as opposed to its culturalism. We are all fans of the Japanese culture. So, what league am I in? It's right here. Here it is on the right screen. I can only be in Ruby League. Yeah, I can only be in Ruby League because it's only been 4 weeks, right? I have only played I only used Duolingo for 4 weeks. Okay, and let's see. I think that's it for Total Recall. Other than our story yesterday. We've met someone who, in my opinion, was a little bit, I think, brilliant, but I would say brilliant but young. And sure enough, it fits in the category of conditions where communication hasn't really developed yet, in my opinion. However, semantics and knowledge was really well developed, I would say. I was quite impressed. It left an impression. I haven't seen that many strings of jargon I haven't seen that big string of jargon being tossed around that frequently. It really does strike me as someone that's incredibly passionate, although incredibly underexperienced with communication. It's not unheard of, right? I've talked about the inverse association between someone who specializes incredibly much, like hyper focus on their skill development, and then by way of sacrificing opportunities to spend practicing communication. Knowing a lot of language does not necessarily equate to better communication. I have to put that out there. Communication takes tact, compassion, and emotional intelligence. A command of the language does not improve your rate of your essential skills for charisma. Like, for example, establishing rapport before offering someone advice. That's kind of like decorum 101. I believe that's almost universal in their own culturally specific way. But rapport must be established. So that was not the case. Anyways, how many XP I have? No, Joe? Let's find out. 4,290. No, Joe. All right, so let's begin our lesson. We'll do some kanji again. Go through some old kanji because I feel like I'm forgetting the old kanji. Thanks, Nojo. All right.
コインロッカーはありません。
That's right. Coin locker. Coin locker. Coin locker wa arimasen. You don't have coin lockers. Didn't I tell you? I mean storage lockers, but don't have storage lockers. Sumimasen.
いいえ、Wi-Fi はありません。
Oh, that's right. Wi-Fi. いいえ、Wi-Fi はありません. It's also subtle. Also subtle Wi-Fi. Yesterday I had a blast looking at homographs, however you want to pronounce it. So homographs, homophones, and homonyms, and that was interesting. Specifically for the English language, because of my company, my present company, and there were some really excellent ones that it's pretty astounding how often I compensate for their differences. Like, for example, it was sparked by this conversation. Oh, we got to talk about this just a little bit. It was a really fun discussion because it was sparked by the way I pronounce walk. So walk, just long story short, walk. Apparently in my colloquial for these two people, these two are homophones, right? And it's agreed, actually. Dictionary suggest, like all their usual thing, they are all intents and purposes homophones. So walk and walk, walk and walk. So if you're listening to me, I don't think these are homophones, but that's because I'm possibly just compensating or something. But I differentiate walk and walk quite substantially. But I think it's commonly accepted that these are homophones. So you can say walk and walk or walk and walk. However, for myself, they are very different. As in, I don't consciously try to make them different in a sense. When I pull these words up, walk and walk. And when I got the two of them and like when I hear other samples, you can actually discern between these two. Colloquially. So you can find examples of where people say walk and walk. So these are a really fun one, but they're still considered homophones. Meaning sounds the same, right? Sounds the same, but spelled differently and possibly have different meaning, right? So that sparked into so many other things. Like I was genuinely interested in where my depth of English homographs, homophones, and homonyms are, specifically homonyms. And there were some good ones, so I can't wait to break some of those out. There were ones that were really usage interesting too. Like a common one that's right off my tip of my tongue right now is the idea of illusion, illusion, and delusion. I absolutely love language. I mean, as a hobby, obviously. I don't do it professionally. But illusion, and delusion. Ooh-wee. That one's pretty good. They're like a mix between all of them, right? But these would loosely, in the loosest sense, be homonym groups. Illusion, and delusion. Or, oh, there was one where they are homophones. However, just like walk and walk. Or I think the reason why this is related to Japanese is I imagine if my like the people that I've been conversing with for a while, it would be like night and day when they hear me say walk and walk. The walk and walk is very different the way I say it. But it wasn't because I knew they were homophones. it's largely because what I see is how I pronounce them. And interestingly enough, I got the two peeps to say this, and inconsistently, they would pronounce these either different or the same. So it's not like a colloquial native English speaker would inherently and consciously think they are pronounced the same. It's actually quite inconsistent. So that's kind of funny. It's a fun little thing that came up serendipitously to talk about homophones. And I start to question how many other homophones that I have as a native English speaker that actually do differentiate. One is, oh, here's one, just as a little thing. So wave and wave. So wave, 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 wave. So if you take a Japanese principle of mora, right? Wave is longer and wave is shorter. For all intents and purposes, though, these two are homophones, if not homonyms in general. So if you're using the loosest definition of homonyms, right? Homonyms have been loose to the point that they're inclusive of homophones and homographs. So I'll just use them in that manner. So wave, 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 wave. So I do differentiate between these two. However, English doesn't take into account things like mora and pitch accent as a classification, in my opinion. So weirdly enough, I would be very fascinated in hearing more. Now I'm like perusing through Japanese English language because of my learning of Japanese. Now I'm perusing through American English speakers and seeing if there is a mora and pitch accent difference in our homophones. So like whole and whole. So I actually, for whole and whole, I do the same thing. Whole is shorter. Whole is longer. So much like Japanese, I actually, when I see a longer word that is a homophone, the mora in whole versus whole are two different ones. So yes, in a way, they are homophones to me. But at the same time, if someone was astute, like for example, a Japanese speaker who's learning English as a second language, they might be able to tell that I'm actually saying two different words. And that's so fascinating. That's incredibly fascinating. Like wave, 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 wave. Whole, 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 whole. A whole pie. A hole in the pie. So there is quite subtlety, but I'm genuinely curious if languages that use mora and pitch accent can pick up Native American English. Sorry, that's a really poor strung together adverbs. Native English speaking individuals who pronounces homophones with different mora and pitch accents. So that's something I want to explore in the future. If I learn Japanese with enough proficiency, I could approach a Japanese person and ask them, do I say wave and wave different, right? I waive my rights. I wave to someone, right? Or the ocean has waves versus I don't know how to wave an ocean, but you know, fun stuff. But walk and walk are very two different things, but they are still homophones. So even within English, there's I met someone who is, I think, South American, and they gave me the example of bread and Brad. So bread, Brad, bread and Brad. Walk and walk is very much like bread and Brad. And yet walk and walk are considered homophones, and bread and Brad are not considered homophones. So really, really fun stuff. Anyways, let's get back to this. Ie Wi-Fi wa arimasen. Ie Wi-Fi wa arimasen. No, we don't have Wi-Fi.
ホームは1階です。
Homu, yeah, so we covered Homu. Homu wa, oh, it's, oh no, this is Ikai. Is that the
Ikai.
first? Okay, so it's Ikai and then Nikai. So instead of Ichi, right? So Ikai, and then we had Nikai, which I remembered. That's the association. Fine. So Homu wa Ikai desu. Okay, the Homu, the platforms are verb agreement, helping verb agreement. That's where the previous mistake from yesterday. I use is because I suppose you would use the word conjugate here. I didn't conjugate the helping verb properly. The platforms are on the first floor. Homu wa 1階です。Homu wa 1階です。Oh, right. Transfer. Norikai. 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 Norikai.
乗り換え。
Yeah.
地図も1階です。
Chizumo 1階です。The map is on the first floor. The map is also on the first floor. Oh, that's right. Far and near. Forgot about those. Oi. 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 Oi.
遠い。
Toi. Toi. Gonna be a little longer than that. Toi. I don't remember near, so we'll see it when we see
す
it.
みません、ホームはどこですか？
Sumimasen. Homu wa doko desu ka?
すみません、ホームはどこですか？すみません、ホームはどこですか？
Sumimasen. Homu wa doko desu ka? There's the ticket gate. Kaisatsu. Kaisatsu.
改札。
Yeah, kaisatsu. You can see the kana by association and reading and hearing, but it does take me a while to recall, right? Recall through writing. Usually, speaking comes third. So, seeing and hearing is a cake, right? That's our foundation. Seeing and hearing, and then speaking and writing can go either way. If it's kanji, it's writing first. Because of the way Duolingo is set up, how I expose myself to writing first as the repetitious encoding, and then generally visibly seeing the kana helps me speak it. So if I've forgotten the word, right, if I've forgotten how it sounds, I can combine how parts of the stuff that it sounded out, and visualize parts of the kana to retrieve the speaking, right? Otherwise, I just default and read the kana at this point. We've pretty much solidified quite a bit. I would say 80 to 90% accuracy, with there's still quite some latency on reading kana and then putting it together, but we can at least read kana, all of the kana. Anyways, kaisatsu.
あ、改札は1階じゃないです。あ、改札は1階じゃないです。
Okay, I heard aisatsu.
改札
wa. And I heard ikai desu. Ikai janai desu.
1階
Ikai janai desu.
じゃないです。あ、改札は1階じゃないです。あ、改札は1階じゃないです。
Yeah, there's quite that distinct pause is kind of nice, really. But, kaisatsu wa ikai desu. Ikai janai desu. Kaisatsu wa ikai janai desu. Right. Over there. Oh, right. I totally forgot about asoko.
あそこ。
Right? So it comes when I see the phrase and then see the kana, it's like very, 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 very reliable.
改札はあそこですか？
Kaisatsu wa wait. Kaisatsu wa asoko desu ka?
改札はあそこですか？
Yeah, wa asoko desu ka?
改札
wa
あそこ
desu
ですか？
ka?
改札はあそこですか？
Kaisatsu wa asoko desu ka? I guess my cadence now is I don't really want to speak that quickly. I kind of like doing a steady beat more, like not pigeonhole myself into pausing. So I think my speed would be somewhere around kaisatsu wa asoko desu ka? Maybe something around that speed at the moment. I could push it, but there are definitely certain phrases and stuff like shichiji that I need to slow down. Right, and then there's a lot of static shutting. Not sure if that's the greatest to do in a microphone.
ホームは地下です。
Homu wa chika desu. Chika? What is chika? Chika is... Oh. That underground? Okay, this one might be... Okay, we'll find out soon enough.
ホームは地下です。
I think that's underground. Homu
ホームは
wa
地
chika
下です。
desu.
ホームは地下です。
Homu wa chika desu. Yeah, it's underground. Yeah, chika. Okay. Still got it. It's fine. Fine. I feel like there's one more level. There might be one more level or one more like area. Okay. Alright, let's go do some kanji. This time let's go from up to up, down to up. Right? Down to up. Nakayama.
Nakayama.
Let's review. Let's do a potpourri of all the kanji.
田中
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 So we're doing the naka.
中山
The reason there are two is
Nakayama.
because it's the same kanji for Nakayama and Tanaka. Right. Okay, we got Nakayama again. But this time it could be Yama. And and Yama, the kanji for Yama. Oh no, it's Naka.
田中
We also have Yamaguchi.
田中
Yamaguchi.
田中中山
Nakayama.
田中
Oh, let's see if we can get Yama. Anaka.
田中
Perhaps we get the first kanji?
田中
Yeah. Which we're used to this stroke order now. More or less.
田中田中
田中
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 Alright, we remember Yama and then Ichini-san. So let's go and try Nihon.
日本
Okay. We have Nihon.
日本
What are we getting? The hon, which also means book.
日本
It is also introduced as book
日本
in a later
日本
unit.
日本
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 Okay. Go. Go is nice.
Go.
Kind of reminds me of a diving platform. Okay. My pen lifted there.
5
Weird.
5
It's okay.
5
Hopefully I don't need a new tablet soon.
5
5
5
5
Okay. What else can we get? It's Nihon
日
again.
本
Nihon. Nihon. Okay.
日本
Oh, it's the first kanji.
日本
And this kanji also shows up on
Nihon.
Sunday. Twice.
日本
Nichi
Nihon.
Nichiyobi.
日
Nichiyobi.
本日本
It's a flank.
Nihon.
It flanks yo.
日
Yo.
本
Just developing associations, right? And then Nana.
7
So Nana has another special relationship with the introduction of Ji, and it becomes Shiji as opposed to Nana-ji, right?
7
So instead of Nana-ji,
7
it's Shichiji,
7
but it's introduced
Nana.
here first as
Nana.
Nana, the number for
Nana.
7, instead of 7 o'clock,
7
which is Shichiji. Then what else we have? Oh,
日本
Nihon again. I was kind of hoping for like Aha or Chichi. I could talk about them in my memory banks, right? Little stories, little associations that enriches my memory on them. Again, it's the
Nihon.
hon, which also means book.
日本日本
日本
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 One of the pseudo strategies for increasing the
Nihon.
rate of immersion when you're learning something is to use associations to constantly defer back to a prior experience within the context of the skill you're learning, right? So Tokyo, Tokyo,
東京
right? So,
東京
and this is so about this kanji is the kanji that is not in common with Tokyo and Kyoto, right? So
東京
this is
Tokyo.
unique to Tokyo so far.
東京
We haven't seen something
東
too
京
similar to this.
東京東京
So no increased associations yet. This is a unique thing for myself
Tokyo.
in my current memory banks too. Tokyo. Right. And then we have haha, or sorry, yeah, haha,
母
and which is my mom, right? Specifically, one's mother.
母
Nothing. This one is just unique. So far we have not had anything quite as
母
elaborate as this one.
母
There's several inflection points, several
Haha.
curves.
母
Makes
母
it look. I mean, it kind of looks like a very stylized window pane,
母
just very aesthetically pleasing to me in some way. Haha again,
Haha.
sure.
母
母
Hello
母
there, H1. Hello. How are you
Haha.
today? Yankee desu ka?
母
母
母
母
Nihon?
日本
I was kind of hoping to get. We're gonna move to the next section. I just took a little gander. I think we remember all
Nihon.
the other kanji as well. So, and then this is
Nihon.
the ni once again in
Nihon.
Nihon. And
日本
this kanji is used twice in
Nihon.
Sunday, flanking
日本
yo.
日本
So
Nihon.
nichiyobi, and it's also
Nihon.
occurs in Saturday with B, and I'm likely to assume that all the other days end with this kanji character with B. All right, let's do our next one. Yomimasu. Right,
読みます
this is to read, and we have a new association for yomimasu. The left side of yomimasu is quite reminiscent of the left side of hana in hanashimasu. So there is
読み
that
ます
new association.
読みます
So we got that. Right.
読みます
読みます
So that's
読みます
another association we can use to our advantage or disadvantage. Sometimes it might lead to confusion. However,
読みます
yeah. Hanashimasu has the left side
読みます
of this kanji. At least, whoops. Sorry. Got distracted with my stroke order while trying
読み
to
ます
talk at the same time. I usually use my frequency of talking as an indicator of how automatic and
読み
how
ます
long term I have it. So a lot of times my conversation while doing this is going to increase with more familiar kanji. And then mimasu.
見ます
This is to watch. And we do have sort of a related one. It's not quite the same. However, using that
見
association
ます
will benefit us, which is our
見ます
association with kaimas. Kaimas, the ka
見ます
in kaimas has a variant of this. Not quite the
Mimas.
same. The proportions are very different.
見ます
However, one can associate the similarities and be able to know which one's which.
見ます
So, kaimas
見ます
is the other one in our newest group,
見ます
which is to buy. New associations. A lot of times people err on the side of fear, where this is ichijihan,
1時半
and then we're drawing han probably, where they constantly voice the idea of making sure not to confuse things. But I typically like things that are confused because you become more hyper focused in the differences. So typically I do group things that are very similar together in order to heighten my focus on. in contrast to what many others would do. They would try to distinguish between them by compartmentalizing them. Like, oh, be careful not to confuse them. I'm like, well, I'm gonna associate them because that works to my advantage.
1時半
It's a technique that I practice all the time. So
1時半
it might seem counterintuitive for
1時半
those who are afraid of confusing nuances.
1時半
I kind of run towards nuances. Okay. Can we get G? No, we do not get G yet. Mimasu. Okay.
見ます
見ます
見ます見ます
There is a threshold though.
見ます
The similar they are, it's a lot easier to find the subtlety versus if it's just different enough but also like in the middle,
見
then
ます
we get to a territory we have to decide, do we focus on the differences or the similarities as a way to leap off on the association in our memory. At least I make that decision at some point. So let's move on to the next one. For clothing, we have like this is oki.
大きい
Oki. Big.
大きい
大きい
Pretty standard, right?
大きい大きい
大きい
大きい大きい
大きい
Okay. Still got more time. Keep going. Mizu,
水
water.
水水
水
水
水水
水
水
Got some time. What do we got? Atarashi, right? Atarashi,
新しい
just new. Okay. Atarashi.
新しい
This one's unique for the time being,
新しい
but it does have what I think looks like
新しい
key on the bottom and a house on top of the key
新しい
and a watchtower to the right.
新しい
Like a part of a tent watchtower thing.
新しい
That's largely how I remember Atarashi.
新しい
And to remember the stroke order, I remember key
新しい
in order to not mix up the stroke order on the bottom left.
新しい
There is a habit of doing the
新
vertical
しい
as an English writer. There
新しい
there is a habit of doing the vertical stroke first.
新しい
That's okay.
新しい
Okay, that's the end of 15 minutes. Your streak is now 661. Nice. You've learned some kanji throughout Duolingo Japanese letters. I see. You're doing great. Very nice. Thanks. Yeah, we were doing the whole 15 minutes of kanji thing just to refresh our memory of everything. I think our newest ones are pretty fresh in our head. We just did a total recall of these. Kaimas, Doyobi, and Hanashimasu, right? I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing, Mouse? What's up? Hello. We just got through some 15 minutes refreshing our kanji writing, and then we did the review for our platforms and floors and stuff. Now we can go in. Oh, that's a really cute animation. Wait. Wow, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know if you guys jump rope before, but that is an incredible hang time. I think if you're locking your knees, I think I could probably get 5 revolutions, but whew, what is that? Like 6, 7? Hold up. Yeah, like 6 or 7. Pretty impressive. Well, for a big guy, you know? If you lock your knees and try to do the jump rope, 6, 7 revolutions is pretty intense. Quite above average. I consider myself more of an average jump roper. Alright. You're thinking about yesterday's chat, I definitely could have used a better choice of words. A little immature on your part. I like to say you're 16, so I actually thought it was pretty impressive. Yeah, aggressive enthusiasm is probably what I would say. I actually find aggressive enthusiasm incredibly endearing. Now, I also was a little too direct, so it's nice to think that I think, to your credit, you were mature enough to not like throw it back at my face. Because taking into account the age, right, your age group, being that direct can lead to an emotional response. Although I do like observing kids who have, like, younger people with aggressive enthusiasm. I just don't really say much most of the time. But in this very specific case, like yesterday's, it was kind of thrilling. It was a bit thrilling. Yeah. Yeah, I hope I reckon that's not what you meant. I think it was unintentional for you. I actually think you care about learning a lot, and that's where that aggressive enthusiasm comes. And having like saying you're only 16, I still think it's very serious. You're thinking like a college student already. And when you walk into a college class, at least if I'm the professor, I wouldn't take anything you say very lightly. Aggressive enthusiasm, I usually take with a very serious tone. One, do not discourage people from being incredibly enthusiastic. So I go pretty deep when it comes to someone who especially types in long thoughts. I think you're the first one. Yeah, first one with that's younger than 18 that's typed in complete thoughts. That's actually very uncharacteristic. So it was pretty intense. I appreciate it. One thing I did think about over the evening, I didn't give you the impression, well, it was very difficult because our meeting was a bit brief. However, I didn't give you the impression that I have already been applying a mix of a lot of methods. So it's not that I was disinterested in the natural approach. I actually agree with you statistically about the natural approach. I actually use 6 to 7 subtypes of natural approaches in learning with Duolingo. And I use Duolingo as the primary framework to use other strategies on top. So Duolingo evaluating the product means that it has to be the centerpiece of evaluation. And then everything I compensate for is what I review. The first review that I've ever done so far is after 25 days. 25 days was when we completed section 1. I've set myself for a 30-day period. So either 30-day comes up or a section is complete. So section 2 is about 50% longer. So whichever comes first, day 60 or section 2 completion. I mean, I might try to ramp up, perhaps change up my cadence. Generally speaking, at those days, I will be doing like what I feel Duolingo applies, like their methodology, and what I use outside to bring to Duolingo. I typically want to mold things. I like to use tools for what they are and use my experience to complement it, as opposed to using a tool that is forcibly or characterized to meet all my needs. In terms of someone, I view learning as a sustainable thing, independent of tools a lot of times. So most of the strategies that I'm thinking of are independent of the tool itself. So I do recommend, lots of people have recommended LingQ for sure. I looked at LingQ, their aggressive monetization model and whatnot, and to substitute for the whole natural approach by listening to conversation, I typically, before I even use Duolingo to learn Japanese, I have already been listening to multicultural conversations. It's actually part of the typical, like if you were talking about learning methods, Fujonese, my first language, Fujonese, is entirely immersion. So it's 100% immersion. And like total immersion, it has its drawbacks. Since Fujonese is not taught with formal grammar or any form of schooling, I do not have any evidence of structural grammar translational methods that allow me to explain Fujonese like I would be able to explain my second language, which is English, right? And technically, the second exposed language is Mandarin. However, during that time, around 5 years old, we exclusively moved to an English schooling. So there are a lot of techniques through my life. And usually, I would say when it comes to learning approaches, it's an amalgamation of all of them. At this point, the thing that Duolingo does kind of well, really well, in fact, a little too well, is the grammar translation method. And then a little bit more on the audio lingual approach, right? Provided the person who's using Duolingo is speaking and imitating first. And then a part of the natural approach also takes into account the idea of when you are using auditory production, it can be normalized by listening first and through imitation, and then presenting and producing the actual one from scratch, right? If you were thinking about a time frame, I don't expect any form of rigorous sentence reconstruction yet for the first 3 months, at least for myself. This is technically the third language I've learned formally. I have used the grammar translation method and that the whole drilling and the 80-20 rule, right? The 80-20 principles when I was learning Spanish, which started in high school and goes on to college. And I usually stick to the 80-20 rule for other types of skills. So that's one that I'm really familiar with. Just to give you an idea of lots of the different themes of methods that have been, I just use my method. I don't call it anything. I don't sell anything. I just do these things and hope that you can tease apart here and there observationally whatever works for you. You kind of find it funny. Your true goal here is to examine Duolingo. However, you seem to indicate you're learning Japanese. Any reason for not truly telling your audience the true reason for my streams? No, the true reason is to demonstrate me learning Japanese by using Duolingo. That is the true reason. When you ask me why am I learning Japanese, is to communicate and interact with the community. That's learning Japanese. When you say Fujonese, I don't know if I spelled that right. That's fine. Yeah, that is correct. It's my first language through immersion. Yeah. Do you mean that just as a general first language, as an infant exposed and is immersed to which generally considered? Yes, that is it. So to this day, I still speak to my parents in Fujonese. Its comprehension level is to the point where I do not. You have your Freudian slips, right? If I start speaking Fujonese, I will start using interjections and stuff in Fujonese until I decide if I can. So English and Fujonese are interchangeable to my parents. You get to that habit of interchanging all the time out of convenience. So like, for example, 我先驚我個 comment 我個 giant. That's giant is an English word, but giant happens to be the name of our local grocery store. So, 你明年有冇 call hospital? Ireng is the hospital, but from time to time, they know what the word hospital is. So me and my parents communicate just through immersion. So my parents have picked up English because my sister and I almost exclusively speak English to one another. However, we generally compensate by speaking Fujonese. And when you're thinking about like what does that mean, I have to think about what I said in Fujonese in English to explain to someone. So constructively, when you're in a total immersion, it comes as a feeling and a naturalness, as opposed to being able to explain it explicitly. Do I have any specific term for this? Kind of like how I speak Spanglish with my mom. Would you call this? Yes, I would call it the glish. Yes, I would call it the glish. I tell people all the time, as a multicultural person, I actually promote that idea. It's not to the consternation. I don't want to throw disrespect to people that are monocultural, right? And I'm not talking about monolingual versus multilingual, but monocultural perspectives on language versus multicultural. I inherently believe it's incredibly endearing when people are fluent in multiple languages and they blend back and forth because it's a part of their like rigor. They don't necessarily think of it too often. Like honestly, I say Dios míos sometimes. Like out of nowhere, I just say Dios míos. So from time to time, it just comes and goes, and there's some richness to that. And that's kind of how I feel about the perspective of my life experience. I'm not Chinese, I'm not American exclusively. So when I learn Japanese, I'm not really focused on learning Japanese exclusively out of its purity, to as humbly as possible to not disrespect the Japanese language. We have to compromise. So if my Japanese turned out to be a little bit weird, that's perfectly all right. I recommend you briefly saying that you are the result of East meets West. The quotes are for a good reason this time. I have already said that ad nauseum. So I am the poster child of East meets West. And that comes up, you'll probably hear it at least 15 times. I think I've said it at least 15 times in the last 28 days. How that influenced you to pick Japanese? Oh, okay. So about Japanese. Oh, you remember that. Oh, not that you recommend. Okay, yeah. I am the East meets West. And I love that. And I want to use that as a culturalism to spread linguistics. So the idea is doing this gives me the opportunity to talk to other people who strive to be somewhat multicultural, right? When you're learning through language. How did I pick Japanese? That's an interesting thought. The short story is media. So my hobbies deal manufacture-wise, like creative process. Lots of products come from Japan. So I already have a lot of ear training for Japanese, be it anime, classic films, business designs, cultural things. So like work ethic, behaviorisms, mannerisms, all that is steeped really deep from Japanese culture. So naturally, I picked this place because it's contentiously very almost debatably antagonistic to the way English is approached. So even the culture of acquiring the two languages are very contrasting, right? And here we have at the intersection, Duolingo is actually a Latin South American led project in the United States, using English as a platform to teach a Eastern language, which happens to be Japanese. So that's a less short answer of why this piques my interest, because now I'm usually using products trying to gather the perspective of the people who are making the product, just like the way I evaluate video games is often trying to come up with the perspective of what their goals are and what their intent and methodology is, not what I wish the product to be. I do show what my preferences are and how I constructively add to it. But in Duolingo, this happens to be an American English centric, but with a founder that is from Guatemala. So they have a Spanish English, right? American English and Spanish are very heavily coupled in the Western Hemisphere, especially the North American continent. So they're presenting a course through the guidance and development process on a Eastern language, which happens to be Japanese. And I'm not going to stop there. I'm kind of going down in the last path of least resistance, I suppose, if I'm correct about my own self-awareness, because Mandarin comes after Japanese. So then I will go back to Spanish, which I am formally trained in. So even then, a substantial part of Spanish is probably going to be review for me. Now that you mentioned the 80-20 method, rule, theory, whatever it's called. Yeah, whatever it's called. It's like named after that person. I call it the 80-20, etc. I know your goal most likely isn't fluency, but rather how effective the method is. But how competent are you in the Spanish language? Not so competent. My speech is non-existent now, so it's under practice, much like most muscles in the body. Vocally, speech is gone. I use Spanish almost entirely in the specific of gaming, right? Because in the North American region, Spanish speakers, they type in Spanish, right? So whatever comprehension is in that. And it's more a reflection of the immersion now, where because I only use Spanish in a specific context, that is the most salient part of the Spanish language. It's not to say that I don't have grammar and stuff that will come back upon review. So Spanish is following Mandarin. So when Japanese happens, it's more of a raw learning experience, in my opinion. And then Mandarin, I have a closer connection with when it comes to vocals and training. And in Spanish, I actually have formal schooling in that, and see how all those three types of starting positions change with the use of Duolingo. So I'm using 3 different levels of starting position. And Spanish is also the flagship of Duolingo, given that the priority was Spanish at first. And then English comes a close second nowadays because of English Corporation and the influence of English has as a secondary language. You know, it's pretty early, but how would you compare it to Duolingo? The 80-20? Oh, that's interesting. So, right now the path, I mentioned that yesterday, right? How the Duolingo path changed in 2023. I actually think not so subtly they applied the 80-20 rule. So they moved around the paths a lot. And the 80-20 rule, a part of the 80-20 rule is that when you focus on a very specific group, right? A very specific group that's responsible for the communication, the phrases they're doing are very classically some of the phrases that I've seen myself use already in conversation, or when I talk to people in conversation. So they actually restructured a lot of their paths to try to accommodate a little slice of the whole 80-20 method, where if you focus on the vocabulary that you will use in a conversation that's responsible for like 80% of conversations, like casual conversations, that's kind of the way they organize their units. So in section 1 and section 2 up to this point, you know how to travel, order food, apologize, greet, right? And no grammar points, no focus on grammar points. The 80-20 method tends to have a defocus on grammar points, much like the natural approach, right? You get the gist of things. Now, the downside, the contrasting thing about Duolingo is it's still corrected on correctness, right? Like it's still error correctness approach. So that's like the whole you got to correct yourself while you're going. So that's kind of a little bit of a hug from the whole your like a more aggressive 80-20 approach, because there's a de-emphasis on grammar, and all the other natural approaches there's a de-emphasis on trying to be right, like precision, but more like the exercise, and eventually that intuition will come into play. Duolingo does not do that, and that's one of the biggest criticisms, in my opinion, when it comes to anyone who practices an outside natural approach, which includes the 80-20 thing. In your opinion, you could be competent in one area of a language, reading, for example, and not at all. Yep. You can also be competent in all areas of language and fail to communicate properly. And that has very little to do with the components of speaking, writing, reading, and that comes, in my opinion, the area of emotional intelligence. A lot of perception of language learning deals with intellectual intelligence. How to speak, how to write, how to listen, like discern the mechanical nature of language. However, it requires emotional intelligence, which is the one that I prefer to focus on most of the time, like your motivations, your compassion, your ability to empathize and immerse in the cultural background of the use of that language. That's usually where I like to focus on, because yeah, I would say a lot of people have their own take on listening, reading, hearing, and speaking. There's a quick grammar correction from before. It would be Dios míos, not a Dios mío, not again, right? And Dios is singular, not plural, although, just so you know, that is not a natural approach. But all right, I'll take it, but actually that is intentional. I did add the S intentionally, but you are not reading deep enough for why I say Dios mío. So a little bit about that later, but yes, Dios mío, sure. Again, empathy, emotional intelligence, not semantics. So once again, it's about that whole hyper-correctiveness. It's kind of humorous, in my opinion, or maybe a little ironic, or that when you're one that mentioned how the natural approach is a method to doing things, right? Like maybe a little bit attractive. One of them is that, the whole grammar correction from before. So I've already established that I may or may not have retained the grammar of Spanish, whether I'm educated or not, because I'm under practice. However, in this very specific case, I actually did not do that unintentionally. So one has to also understand if I'm concerned about grammar. So unsolicited advice when correcting is something that a very aggressive and enthusiastic person may really be almost compulsively doing. But in this case, I actually do add the S for a different reason. But yes, I would agree with you if I cared about grammar at this point. You're just a bit confused with how emotion comes into play here. I also said that I don't use natural acquisition as my learning method. Plus, how I was supposed to know that you did that intentionally? You don't. You ask. And I share, right? So I'm sharing now, so do you feel guilt about it? I'm explaining to you why I added. Are you afraid to make mistakes? You just said that you don't use the natural acquisition, so okay, so that's my bad on the inference. Since you brought up natural acquisition last time, I figure there was a motivation to bring up natural acquisition. However, you don't. You make the mistake, or you might think it's a mistake, but all you received was an additional information from it, right? So the thing that may make you feel guilty is, like Duolingo, you are referring to right and wrong ways of expression as opposed to appropriate ways. So when you go out to say also quick grammar correction, as opposed to saying quick grammar correction, one could say grammar suggestion. Like, it's usually commonly used as Dios mío if you want to be grammatically correct. Not, you're wrong, here is the correct way of doing things. So that's emotional intelligence. That's not intellectual intelligence. I do feel that people who are very hyperly talented, especially at a young age, do not have command of emotional intelligence when communicating to people, much like offering unsolicited advice due to one's passion. So that's often an experience-based thing with language and communication as one gets older. I have not yet corrected you on anything. I have only corrected what I felt was you made a comment about something I did, and then I clarified it. So I have not made any correction to something that's unsolicited in response. And that's usually taking into account where that person's perspective is. So, like yesterday's conversation, my first inquiry is I wanted to ask you, what was your experience with Duolingo? And how do you use it or not use it right now? That's establishing emotional intelligence before offering advice. It's not necessarily bad or good. It's one of the normalized behaviors that I encounter as a streamer. So generally speaking, the older someone gets, the more experience they have, they tend to have enough experiences to intuit emotional intelligence. One, as in, instead of being afraid of making mistakes or thinking about things being wrong and right and how I'm supposed to know all these things, you don't know all these things. And that's kind of the natural ability to form communication to not make one feel guilty. At least I'm not trying to make you feel guilty of anything. This is just the natural part of communication. You're not afraid to make mistakes. I talk to people all the time in the languages. I'm learning and make mistakes all the time. You are only learning to, in my opinion, humbly so, you are only accepting those mistakes of which you aren't feeling guilty about. So when you ask the question, how am I supposed to know that you did that intentionally? You don't. But why are you asking that question if you're not worried about making mistakes? You don't. You don't worry about whether you know if I intentionally did it or not. The idea is you wait for my response. However, you made it so that it's about being right, as opposed to being sharing. So in my way, you did not offend me in any way in inferring or even assuming, really. I don't usually get offended by people assuming anything. I mean, I'm generally a multicultural person, so a lot of assumptions are made, and they're usually not quite on the mark, and I'm very comfortable with that idea. As someone who needs to exercise this, I must communicate that generally speaking, I will subvert most people's expectations only because I don't adhere to a single monocultural perspective. So if someone asks me, oh, your mother must be different now that she lives in the United States. No, I have a tiger mom. Right? And then someone's like, well, your dad must be like, some businessman or doctor or something. It's like, no, he's retired. Pretty relaxed. Complacent. So all of that is, you're going to have that. So the idea is, if you're speaking to someone, emotional intelligence would prep you for language to be used in a way that's like, oh, I'm sorry if I'm too bold, but may I ask, right? How do you feel when someone corrects you? Well, I didn't want to I hope I didn't give you the impression that I'm correcting you. I'm clarifying. as in you can't possibly know everything, and I can't possibly know everything. And you always say fluency is through being understood. Well, in a way, I disagree with you if you're using English. So far, I didn't mean to say quick grammar correction in a way of right or wrong, but because I wanted to help. That's aggressive enthusiasm, yeah. I used a different phrasing that was a little bit direct. I call it toxic compassionism, and I wanted to normalize that because directness can be viewed a bit as toxic, but toxic comes from an endearing need for compassion, and that compassion is to help, but the compassion can be lacking of emotional intelligence. So what I mean by that is you can be very emotionally intelligent of yourself. Like your need to want to help in your way is an act of compassion. How you help someone by not understanding what if they want help or need help or their perspective is empathy, right? And that's another branch of emotional intelligence. So when you go out and say, I only want to help, I would say depending, there's a big dependence. I would give you a coin flip if that person felt like you either intervened unsolicited, or they would be very grateful. In this case, I'm a bit of a mix. If you go up to like a Japanese person and they're like doing their own business and then you're like, I only want to help, that's a very westernized thing to do, right? Am part of American. There is part of me that really want to go out of my way to help people. My Asian side, my Chinese side would say I typically would help when solicited. Yeah. But please don't say that I lack general emotional intelligence and that I was trying to say you were wrong and I was right, because I am a major anti-language prescriptivist. I don't believe there's any right way to speak a language. Dialects emerge every day. It's just in the case of learning language, most people want to, for a lack of a better term, professional linguistic registers. All right, I'm not going to say it, but I hope you read that, right? This is what I mean, but I won't say it. Now I don't have to say it. You just read back what you've just written. It's completely unfilling and detached. I don't prescribe to people who take one side or the other. So being an anti-language prescriptist, I don't mind people who like to be monolingual. If I'm anti anything, I wouldn't be able to exercise emotional intelligence to meet them halfway. So in my opinion, I'm not going to go any further with this. You just marked yourself in black and white, in my opinion. And I do believe dialects emerge every day. Your behavior and your way you're speaking would suggest something you are not, is my confusion here. You speak and claim to be something, yet you talk to me and explain things in a different manner. So if fluency is your goal in the way in understanding, let's go back to that point earlier about fluency is about always being able to convey something. I'm gonna say a yes and a no if you're choosing English. We both speak English, probably pretty proficiently, and yet we spend a large majority of time talking about what we're trying to express, right? There are specific languages like English that will naturally lead to misunderstanding. If you look at the statistics for English, you're going to encounter the idea that those who are considered native English speakers are tally and way in the minority. So as an English speaker, I would say fluency is characterized by the ability to resolve misunderstandings, as opposed to always being consistently able to express what they're trying to say. For me right now, if I tossed away language, just toss away the concept of language, you are constantly saying something that I don't believe I'm getting that impression from. Perspectivism is generally something that is frowned upon. Prescriptionism, okay, similar to racism. So painting myself black and white and saying that I am an anti-racist would be saying something that I am not. When you agree that sometimes you do have to do that, sorry for continuing, but I just wanted to understand what you meant by that. So, the answer, in my opinion, is all of the above. So yes, I agree with you, but you don't do that. You legitimately contradict yourself all the time. So what I mean is, first, you talk that you need to do this, right? And I agree with you, you do. And then suddenly, when you say you don't need to do this, you're doing it. And I can't really exercise any particular example. But if you're an anti-racist, for example, I guess you would have to encounter and appreciate racism in order to be anti. So I'm thinking grays, not black and whites. Yet, when I tell you you're lacking specific parts of emotional intelligence, you think it's all generalized emotional intelligence. Yet I went through great lengths to say there are spheres of emotional intelligence that are typically underdeveloped by someone so young. And only time will allow you to have experiences, to accumulate enough experiences to communicate with many different people. It's a thing that takes time, just like language. So it's not a bad or a good thing, it's the human condition. Yet you find that everything I say is polarly white and black and white. In other words, you're saying I can choose a side, but in general I shouldn't state it publicly? You can probably state it publicly, as long as I suppose it depends. Again, it depends on the person, but for myself, I don't mind if you state that. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You never talk about these things, not even in debate classes? Yeah, I think you're fine. For me, it's great to understand where you stand. And the only reason I'm mentioning these things is I'm getting an impression that you want to be something, right? You want to be taken and recognized as. And I am explaining how I interpret your action. They're going to be very different if you talk to a different person. I actually think the stuff you say might not even be interesting to other people. For me, it's quite interesting. You have a hyper attention to categorization, and that you're gonna have hit and misses with other people. For me, it's really interesting the language you use, like prescriptivism, racism, professional linguistic registers. I have to say, you do strike me, you do bring a bit of nostalgia of my older self. Lots of I'm imagine you're a lot more well behaved than I am. However, when I was younger, I was incredibly detached. So I would use a lot of esoteric jargon that is actually honest to myself. However, it lacks the ability to express and communicate to my peers around me. You don't even talk to your mother about this? Why not? She only knows I like language but never gotten this political before? Why not? Political. Interesting. Do you happen to live in a place where politics is something? I think the branch that we're talking about here is emotional expression, as opposed to political, like political semantics, like are you anti this, are you anti that. I'm largely talking about the ability for an intelligent person to connect with another person emotionally. One of the things that I've done over my life, when I was 16, I barely talked to anyone because my comprehension was not on the similar length, like thought. As I grew older, my speech slowed down. So I've largely slowed down, and I speak very differently. So right now, let's kind of make this relevant to language. So for English, someone asked me what my English proficiency is. Well, generally when I'm streaming, I only use a really small a very refined subset of the English language. And then when I enter another like environment, I would use almost a pretty exclusive new set of vocabulary. And right now, this conversation we're having is actually non-traditional of the language, of the vocabulary that I use. So oftentimes when people talk about fluency, it's kind of difficult to characterize without thinking about the 80-20 thing, right? Sometimes if you're using 20% of vocabulary for a specific discussion or a specific environment, and then you go to a different environment, emotional intelligence helps you kind of curate how much of that 20% stays or it substitutes for another 20%. So I don't sound like this when I'm teaching someone something. I don't sound like this when I'm playing video games. So it kind of ebb and flows. And that's where I have me personally, so this is a expression of my own opinion, I have problems with the idea of fluency or the idea of expressiveness. Being expressive is not just bound by intellectual intelligence. So understanding all the nuances of a language doesn't necessarily help you express your emotions and connect with someone from a specific culture. Language helps, for sure. However, feeling someone out is an entirely different subject matter. And when I was younger, I was really interested in the acquisition of knowledge. And that knowledge made me a very, very unrelatable kind of person. So I was incredibly not down to earth, almost intimidating. And then I was possibly not like you, I was pretty hot-tempered. So a lot of times I go out of my way to think of corrections, like, well, technically this is not correct. Well, technically I want to help you, but you're just wrong here, kind of thing. And nowadays, that's why natural acquisition is kind of attractive, because now it's no longer about, even if you're trying to help someone be correct or you being correct, it's less of a notion of just getting the vibe and the feeling of getting the point through, even with broken grammar and not broken grammar. It's really irrelevant in terms of the motivation. Well, one could argue it's a mix of both, especially with what we argued about gray areas and such. And here's the thing. I wouldn't use the word argue. I would use the word discuss. To have an argument, my take on arguments would be a lot more aggressive than this. I am not convincing you to change your mind. That's an argument. I do not agree with the use of argument if no one has an agenda to convince each other something. Arguments tend to deal with a lot of gaslighting and persuasive content or persuasive language, and I am not in the habit of convincing you or changing your worldview. This is a discussion where two people share possibly contrasting or similar points of view, but I have no goal of changing the way you think. which is usually what arguments are about. You're trying to rectify or alter someone's perspective. There's no goal of that. Honestly, I completely agree with you. Isn't black and white? Even if you stand on one side of the line, it's inevitable to dip. Yes. Very well said. Dip into the other side because you need to understand both sides in order to dance. Yes. My stance changes as well, right? So in case of language learning, I don't like to get a goal of fluency. I can resonate with that. I can empathize with not desiring to set a goal of fluency. And I'm always comparing myself to the CEFR scale. Call me ignorant. I have no idea what that will ever be. And probably not interested unless someone really has some emotional problems with CEFR. That's my motivations to do most things are my intrinsic need to understand someone emotionally. So this definitely changes your way of thinking. I see. Yeah, no intentions of doing like a JPLT for Japanese. I don't think I've had any way of officially standardizing my English proficiency anymore, so there's that. And then, you know, a bunch of people have asked about my IQ, for example. So all those standardizations have gone by the wayside for the most part. Unless someone is incredibly emotionally dependent and vigorously having a tough time solving some sort of intellectual problem with it, my interest is usually not piqued. And my personal hobbies do not usually adhere to standardization. I spend most of my life in standardization. At least in your definition of argument, it can be synonymous with discussing. Yeah, depending on context. Fair enough. That's usually how people use the word discussion and argument. So I will keep that in mind, and then I'd like to share with you that I do distinguish between the two. An argument in my context involves an active need to convince someone else to take your perspective, as opposed to the intellectual mutual sharing of agreeable or disagreeable discussions with no like input of pride or loss of pride or something, right? By the way, I'm almost 100% certain you've heard of that scale just in other terms. That's fine. Natural acquisition, I suppose. I probably heard of it. I agree with you, probably. At the moment, much like when you talked about the solar system things and natural acquisition, when you're throwing jargon around, I don't know, right? It's the difference of how you say something in a word versus expressing it. So at this point, I have no idea what DFR is. Perhaps with details, I might, but I don't think it's germane to our discussion here. I'm a much older and more emotionally inclined kind of person nowadays. When I was younger, I was detached and very intellectually recluse. So, usually that makes you unapproachable, right? People will ask you for help, and you will typically offer the help. However, if you look at your expression and foundations, if you're not already expressing your opinions and your stuff to your own parents and maybe your siblings, if you have any siblings, or even close friends, in the way that I do with friends online, that's usually how practiced you are. It's an excellent exercise in determining if you actually practice emotional intelligence as much as you think. Last time you didn't want to explain, but how about this time? I'm still a little confused at the idea of emotionalness, but I think I'm learning. I'm not really being so here's one. I'm not really being too emotionally intelligent in our discussion here, right? I'm not I think you resonate a lot more with the being explicit. If I were talking to someone else, I would ask them, how do you feel about Duolingo? And they would say something which is very common that I encounter. Here's an example, an anecdote of this. I would ask them, well, how do you feel about Duolingo? And they would say, well, Duolingo sucks. I wasted 6 months of my time, and now I found out that Anki with a combination of LingQ is very useful. Like, okay. Can you explain to me how you feel that Duolingo failed you, and what did you pick up when using Anki and LingQ that differentiates with Duolingo? And you start with that, then you offer your opinion or advice, right? Because the framework is to be able to understand what the background of that person is before offering help. That's one of the bigger indicators that someone prioritizes. It's a different facet of approach that is very common distinguisher. It's not the only distinguisher, but usually first impressions are very defined by whether someone is interested in the person before offering something versus if they're offering something out of their own need to help someone. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love helping people. However, you have to ask yourself if they want help first. And usually that comes with a lot of discipline. It's one part that is not the same as this person is suffering. I see that this person is suffering. Or this person is sad. I can see that this person is sad. That is one of the basic understandings, in my opinion, one of the foundations of it. Now, it gets a little more complicated when people get older or they have more experience. It's like, wow, this person is really stressed out. I should really help this person. And then suddenly, an hour later, you realize this person wants to be stressed out. And the only reason they're getting better at the thing they're doing is that they're deliberately being stressed out, intentionally. So effectively, if you offered and intervened your advice, you would naturally have hindered their progress as opposed to offering help for their advice. So an emotionally intelligent person would probably ask, hey, you seem a little stressed out. Is this normal? Or is this good? And then the person would respond, right? And then it removes all doubt. However, a lot of times when someone doesn't practice emotional intelligence, their first inclination is, I know better. Or you might not think you know better, but you act as if you know better, and you offer the advice on the pretext that you are very confident in your inference from that split second that you understand what that person needs. And that's like a grammar correction or a fun fact regarding the mistake that they made consistently. Things like that, right? It could be a cultural difference. It could be a cultural difference. And that is responsible for establishing emotional intelligence, for sure. Not lack of emotion. No, I don't. They're not mutually exclusive. I think now we're having an argument. I disagree that cultural differences and emotional intelligence are mutually exclusive from each other. Emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence is the umbrella of interpreting cultural differences. Without emotional intelligence, you can't actually, in my opinion, tell there's a cultural difference. The whole idea that we're having an emotional dissonance right now is the idea that we have a cultural difference. Right? I feel a certain way about certain things, and that makes that cultural difference. At least where you grow up, people throw advice around all the time. That's monocultural perspective. Yeah. So when when everyone around you throw around advice all the time and you meet someone online, your normalized behavior is to presume the highly chance that the person would want advice when it's normalized. Interestingly enough, both my emotional awareness due to my cultural difference with you is I ask first, right? So is it part of emotional intelligence? My answer is both. It's both emotional intelligence and cultural differences. I think you don't like being called emotionally unintelligent. I don't know if that's a thing, but your attempt to separate them so that you can ascribe it to cultural differences and a lack of emotional intelligence. I think I probably want to stop suggesting that you're deficient in some sort of fundamental personality. So instead, I would probably agree with you in order to make you feel more comfortable, right? It is a cultural difference, for sure. I agree with your assessment in that part. Okay, how about saying, I notice you are stressed. Are you okay? Do you need help? Yeah, and that's not specifically for me. I think you're okay. You're definitely okay with just blurring out advice. One thing I have to stress a lot is when people offer advice to me, there's a chance if I don't see it as advice, I will not like give it a lot of attention, right? And I've encountered a bunch of people who can become a little offensive about it, or like they become offended by it, right? Like someone states like, oh hey, you made a mistake here. Like, yeah, I know I made a mistake here, right? And the person's like, oh yeah, you do know this is the right answer. It's like, yeah, I do know that's the right answer because I made the mistake and I saw the right answer. However, that can come off as being very ungrateful. So when you offer advice based on inference, you also can get blowback, and then it would lead to some disagreement, which has happened in previous days. I understand being open-minded is important, and I'm working on that, but it's hard to just change my habits. It is, absolutely. And no rush, right? Like you said before, I want to echo the nice thing about being 16, right? The nice thing about being 16 is you give me the impression that you are extremely brilliant. And I get a little bit of nostalgia from the way you hold yourself. Like the complete sentences, the complete ideas. I'm absolutely reminded of my younger self. At the same time, I no longer sound like my younger self. I've been in the presence of very brilliant people who they speak at a different level. And unfortunately, I just don't understand them. Right? Especially ones that have been doing all your life. But you're 16, you know? Life has a magical way of putting two people together that don't characteristically come together. And one can end up laxing or changing or ebb and flowing. You might not change at all. That's also a possibility, right? So can my advice be seen as an innocent mistake or a lack of cultural awareness instead of having a superiority complex? I don't think you have a superiority complex. I see a lot in just a brilliant person, a brilliant younger person who I imagine you interact with a lot of friends, right? Do you have friends your age that are just as like I suppose higher aptitude? Like, do you have people around you that are typically of that higher aptitude? Generally speaking, I'm going to tell you where I live, the culturalism around 16-year-olds you have dialogue that would make quite an impression, but not necessarily a relatable impression to 16-year-olds around where I am. Think of it as a chance where you can give advice to your younger self, like in the movies. I do. I know a couple really brilliant peeps, and they get over the years of communicating, I think one has become more expressive because there was one that is incredibly complacent, so he doesn't express anything, and he doesn't have the urge to express anything. And then another one that has the urge to express everything, but not quite in a tactful way, right? So I've encountered plenty of people like younger self. My younger self was bad. I use the anecdote all the time. I had a bad temper. My temper was coming from the frustration of a combination of multiculturalism, being discriminated against. So, I had a lot of evidence of outside discrimination against myself, like against me. That's besides the point. The other one was I just couldn't resonate with anyone. Like, for example, you sit in an English class and I'm like, dude, this grammar stuff is awesome. And then everyone's just complaining about grammar. Right? And then that's what happens. Hey, yo, Indy. Genki desu ka? Genki desu. I'm gonna be honest, I have some acquaintances in school who have a similar way of thinking to me. Nice! But I don't really hang out with them. Oh. I have friends that I talk to that I've known for years, but we usually only crack jokes and talk about video games. Man. However, we don't have any classes together, so we usually only talk when we hang out. On the other hand, I have a lot of classes with the others, and that's where I get to talk about topics I care about, like calculus and geography. Yeah. So do you yeah, the whole cracking jokes and talk about video games. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you have, it doesn't sound to me that you might have a friend where you can really let loose on the way you present yourself. And it's a shame that you have acquaintances that kind of think like you, but didn't have the coinciding like events to talk to each other like that. So it is weird that you feel more like yourself when I talk with people other than your friends. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that's weird, because that's how my childhood was like. My childhood was that. Not only do I have a cultural difference, I'm also multicultural. So everything I said was not like myself, right? I spent most of my childhood trying to fit in, or had the desire to fit in. Kind of, to some extent. And it's always been half there, half this, half that. And eventually it becomes normal, right? So I wouldn't say it's weird from my perspective. However, when you grow older, so like as you grow older, you have to often ask yourself, can you keep doing that? As in, is it okay that you always just never really feel like yourself? And that's kind of a tough question, especially for someone who hasn't been able to find a colleague that think just like them. Not saying it won't happen. In college, because of, when you go to college, you kind of refine your interest. You increase the odds of that happening. Statistically, as you refine and continue to think about how you can find the communities you belong to, your odds go up. And a lot of it also comes down to college and stuff. So when I went to college, I actually met 3 of my best friends. And the reason why I have to say 3 of my best friends is because they're identical triplets. Right? And these guys are like brothers from another mother. Like, I cannot explain how intrinsically inexplicable how similar we are. So that can happen when you set the opportunities to do that. So oftentimes, one people would say, how do you attract people that allows you to express yourself properly? And that's where I'm talking about emotional intelligence, where you can have all the skills on how to help people. Now, use those skills perhaps over time to express it, project it in a way that will attract people like you. And then one day, in my opinion, when you're 30 or 40, you'll have 2 or 3 people who you would bend over backwards to help, and they would bend over backwards to help you. And there's no word or communication to explain that resonance. And that's kind of the whole emotional intelligence thing. And I was very blessed. I would say I'm very privileged to have bumped into not just one person. They just happened to be brothers. And we did everything. Pretty much everything. We had all the same classes, all the same. Like, it was a remarkable time. Now we don't hang out, right? Because we all grown up, we're adults, we have our separate lives. However, it only takes 10 minutes to catch up with like 6 to 7 months of void time. It's one of those things. At least that's... Alright, what did you do, Indy? What did you say? You said... Okay. Genki desu. Nice. Oh, what is this? Nihon something, no. Something. Oh, wait. Is that like speak? Nihongo no. How's learning Japanese going or something like that? Oh my god. Like, I can't. Man, I need to increase the font size of Twitch chat because it is very hard to see the more complex kanji. I don't recognize what's after no. Is it like, how is learning Japanese going? How's the Japanese going? Is probably what you said. How's learning Japanese going? Nice. Nice. Not that I'm not happy when I hang out with my friends. We have fun playing games, hanging out, playing soccer, etc. It's just that they aren't interested in the more specific things I like, whereas I can resonate and, lack of a better term, let out my nerdy side with those acquaintances in my AP class. Absolutely. So yeah, I think that's nice. That's pretty much what I don't want to put you in a box, but statistically, if I were to hear that a high school student behaves that, being very brilliant and applied, that's usually the behaviorism that would scream as a healthy person, right? So I wouldn't be concerned about your emotional intelligence at all. After high school, I spent most of my time thinking about being more emotionally intelligent instead of intellectually intelligent. It was nice to have, like, knowing, you know, what to say, when to say, how to say it correctly. When I went to college, you had to do something else, which is like how to sound relatable is one of the big ones. Like in interviews and getting hired or working in a team, a lot of times you don't necessarily get the choice. You could end up getting the choice if you get lucky, like someone selects you, you're really brilliant, and you get the choice of that. My life took me in a place where I didn't have control over it, and oftentimes it led me to developing skills that allow me to blend without needing to sound smart. Or what I mean by that is without sounding correct. In fact, here's one funny issue, or not issue, or maybe not. I don't think I've openly told people this. I like making mistakes in the sense that mistakes are opportunities to feel relatable. So oftentimes if you ever hang out long enough, I'm always doing something that I'm incompetent in. Like very incompetent. Like I'm not going to tell you I'm learning Japanese the right, like a good way. My goal is to learn it a way and then watch me scramble through it. I haven't worked in a professional setting in a long time, so I do not offer any form of actual professional advice. I'm not paid. I haven't been paid to take up a position where what I do has some sort of reputational consequence. It's been a while. So nowadays, I'm this, what would you call this? This hipstery. I have this hipstery like approach, which is kind of funny because you mentioned natural acquisition. I would say that's probably fairly accurate on my hipstery approach to things. So when people go around and say, this is the best thing, this is the right and wrong thing, you're gonna have me say things like, well, it's gray, and are you happy? If you're constantly having this urge to correct someone when they're wrong, that sounds like someone who gets triggered, even also slightly, every single time. And the reason why I get ahead of that is I'm a person that makes a lot of mistakes. I don't usually stream things that I'm competent in. I only I vigorously share experiences in which I am incompetent in. And generally that's why learning is the method of focus. My learning methods are things that I accumulate over time. All the semantics and the context, like language, Japanese, like specifically Japanese and cultural stuff, I'm gonna get all that like wrong all the time. Like wrong, right, what have you. It offers an opportunity for someone else to come in and share. So I become less intimidating. Yeah, I become less intimidating. To me, I prefer someone who thinks I'm less educated and less scary or less smart as a way to build trust. That's kind of how graduate school does. Like that's how, at least in the United States, that's where the whole idea of graduate school happens. When you walk in through that door, most people are of equal footing, as in like the Japanese behaviorism of being business polite. When you walk in, I take you seriously. I don't care if you're 16. I don't care if you're like someone with 18 years of experience. You're a human being that have a perspective that, even if it's limited, it is informative. Like because it's limited, like what you are is informative to someone that is not like you. So being 16 is something I can never be ever again. And the older I grow up, the older I get, the less and less I'll know about what it's like to be 16 anymore. Especially in a different country, in a different growing environment, like different culture. So it's inevitably always intellectually stimulating. And no matter what, I am generally semantically inaccurate. Much like my approach to language. And Japanese people are probably going to dislike me. That's okay. As long as they know I'm a foreigner. Because their system allows it that foreigners get leeway. And I'm certainly not offended because I am a foreigner. You know? That's kind of the idea. You can continue to be this way. Like, go for it. I think just like learning languages, by the way, just collect all of it, in my opinion. What's another tool in your belt, you know? Just like, you have to go do some video editing? Oh, no worries. What time do I stream to? This is a full day, so I am going to be on for another 5 hours. 5 to 6 hours. We have yet to learn anything. So feel free to stop by. I would love to know what you're editing and what you're working on. That would be awesome. Yeah. Enjoy video editing. 16. Indie, listen. Is that what kids do these days? Indie? Do all kids edit videos at such a young age? Man. Think about it, Indie. When you wait, Indie. Tell me. When you were 16, did you have video editing things? I didn't even have a video editing thing. Wait. Oh no, there weren't even smartphones when I was 16. Now that I think about it. I guess the internet has been around for quite some time. Alright. Japanese is going alright. Alright, Indie. I think we've gotten into more incredible fun discussions that resulted from Duolingo more than learning. Where are you in Japanese? Stop ignoring me, Indie. I need your attention now. I deserve it. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully you heard some of it. Alright, let's continue with our
毎
lesson.
朝泳ぎますか？
My asa. Oh no, it's swim. Oyogimasu. Yeah, oyogimasu ka? My asa oyogimasu ka? To do you swim every morning? My asa oyobi.毎朝泳びますか? B. 泳びます。毎朝泳びますか? You officially know 15 hiragana now? Yo. I can say watermelon and some other random stuff. Ah, nice. Oh, T, you're the one that shelved or haven't. You're just taking up Jap. You're just like screw it, right? You were the one that's like, nah, I'm just gonna start now, right? And you were the one that shared. You're gonna start with hiragana, do the katakana, and then start the lessons, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Watermelon. How do you say watermelon? Melon? Mereun? Oh no. Oh right, hiragana. Whoops. Hiragana. You did say hiragana. Sorry. I was thinking katakana. Just like I'm like, okay. Suika. Okay. Suika. Interesting. I didn't remember. Also, you're gonna learn so many random words in the hiragana and the katakana section that doesn't occur in the in the section, and it's so hard for me to remember them because they only come up like every 1 out of 8 or 9 different like blips, and I'm pretty sure I've seen watermelon one, but there's no way. Like I could not remember those. When it comes up on a lesson though, it's kind of cool. One that comes up later is oh, you get all the other ones like mizu, ocha, right? Mizu, ocha when you learn the rest of the hiragana. Oh, and you start using bushu. Okay, bushu, it's more structured for you. Nice. Can you explain to me what do you mean by more structured? Like can you compare and contrast how the path works for Duolingo? So you've already taken a Duolingo, like one of the units, right? Have you started doing the units? I was kind of curious, is that the structure you're talking about, and how bushu do structure, like the structure learning? I've done one before. Okay, you're not a fan of Duolingo. All right, so it'll tell you about. Oh, I'll tell you about bushu though. I have to check. Okay, fair enough. Just feel free. feel free to like fill it in. I haven't touched Bushu yet. It's gonna be 2 or 3 months before I consider something adding to it. What are we saying here? Oyobimasu ka? Oyobimasu ka?
泳ぎか泳ぎます
Oh, gi. Whoops. It's not B. Whoops. Oyogimasu. Oyogimasu ka?
毎日一人出番ご飯を食べます。
Okay. Alright. I heard...
毎日
Sorry.
毎日一人出番ご飯を食べます。一人で
Oh no. I missed. It's either dinner or lunch.
毎日一人出番ご飯を食べます。晩ご飯を食べます。毎日一人出番ご飯を食べます。
Okay. Chapter 1. It starts with introductions. It teaches you greetings, introductions, the first 5 hiragana, and then once you pass a small checkpoint test. Okay. Interesting.
週末はテレビを見ます
Shumatsu. Shumatsu wa terebi o mimasu. Shumatsu, on weekends, I watch TV. Terebi o mimasu.
泳ぎますか
Oyogimasu ka? Oyogimasu ka?
泳ぎまか
あ
泳ぎますか
Oyogimasu ka? Do you swim? Does she swim? Does he swim? It moves into other things like learning essential phrases, some news of countries, okay, some names of countries, the next 5 hiragana, saying your occupation, and how to ask and negate questions or statements. Okay, so far, the deviation here is Duolingo does start with introductions and greetings. They also introduce you to hiragana, and then they stop reminding you to do hiragana. So you have to do hiragana on your own, which is what I did. After every 2 lessons, every 2 little like blips of clusters, I would do hiragana. So in 7 days, I completed all the hiragana at the same time. But they do it in the beginning and remind you, hey, we have a hiragana section. So that's self motivated in Duolingo. And then they do again move right into learning essential phrases. And the first essential phrases is ordering food, or like food items and talking about food items after greetings and saying goodbye. And then they move into countries as well. So where you're from, where you live, that's also where they go. And again, the next 5 hiragana would be something you self-prescribe in Duolingo, just to compare and contrast. And then you state your... Yeah, and then in the next area is routine. Routine is the next one. So you get introduced to occupations, like sports, hobbies, what if you're a student or doctor, right? And then after that, here's where it changes. They do not... Oh, wait, they did do one negation statement, which is janai desu. They tell you how to say that it is not, but they go into asking where things are and what things are. So they didn't go to negations until way later into section 2. So the first negation shows up like a formal negation, like arimasen, comes up way later. However, I think Bushu explains those things. Duolingo does not. I think that's one thing that people like. Yeah, so they tell you how the grammar works, right? Like, oh, this is a negation. Yeah. And Duolingo goes by pattern. They work by pattern recognition all the way until much later. So in the beginning, they approach you in a way that's like, don't worry about the grammar, just immerse, right? Here are some essential phrases. Don't worry about the grammar until way later. And even then, I'm still not seeing like really strong grammar explainers. So that's what I'm doing extra on top of Duolingo. So when you're looking for grammar curiosities, you're explaining all the patterns. Also, the way you described it, I think Bushu moves a lot faster than Duolingo. Duolingo takes about double the amount of repetitions. Just by the way you're describing, you're probably moving a lot faster. Duolingo use repetition to like make it seem like you you get the pattern in versus explaining it grammatically. So I think that's usually how people like it more. They like the intellectual stimulation of explanation. It takes it slow in the first 5 chapters until there's about 50 or so lessons per chapter, so they spaced out from A1 to B2. Interesting. Not as fast as I thought. How long have you been using Bushu? A little bit. Yeah.
週末は漫画を読みます。
A bit more spaced out than I thought. 週末はoh yeah, manga. 週末は漫画を読みます。Okay. Since yesterday for Japanese, but I've dabbled in it for other languages before. I see. Fair enough. That's a lot. How far? What did you complete since yesterday? 週末は漫画を読みます。漫画。
一人でアニメを見ます。
一人でアニメを見ます。一人で
アニメ一人でアニメを
見ます。
一人でアニメを見ます。
Okay. I watch anime, but wait, 50 was an exaggeration a bit. I know at least for Spanish, what I've done before, it had around at B1, B2. I see. It's more like 20 to 25. That's still a lot more spaced out. I feel one of the downsides of Duolingo, one of the criticisms that people don't resonate with Duolingo is they feel like they're doing the same thing over and over again, right? And I am not sure if I have that same feeling because my speech practice takes a really long time. My reading into my speech practice takes a really long time. So I spend most of my time repeating this stuff as a great exercise. I can't express how rough it was when I first got here with Itori de anime o mimasu, right? I actually tripped on mimasu for like 2 days straight, just trying to say mimasu instead of adding an extra syllable somewhere. It constantly came out with 3 kana instead of, 4 kana instead of 3 kana. Indy, who are you asking? Are you asking T?
週末はジャズを聴きます。
Yeah, the repetition is what get people with Duo. It annoys lots of people, but it is good in that it helps you really remember what you're learning. Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, of course. On my total recall days, in the beginning, if my beginning ends up being nothing, then you'll know I stopped learning. Right? So the first 30 minutes, it's often a positive stress moment where I realize that, oh, okay, I can only visualize the English and the Romaji This one I can only remember the kana, but not sure what the meaning is. And this one I know what the meaning is, but I can't pronounce the So it's still a constant, incredible struggle. And also the repetition. I want to clarify more, T, about the repetition. Most people, it helps them remember what they see and hear most of the time. However, one of the deficiencies that I hear Duo not do, which apparently it has this functionality, but people are not speaking into their like smartphones or something. Apparently there's a functionality, but I'm likely thinking it's behind the super functionality. But they're not practicing speech. You're either doing writing or speech as your last step, right? One of your biggest steps. Yeah, the AI thing, right? They're slowly integrating the machine learning and the AI detection thing. And that's not available to me, so I do it somewhere else. And here I do it unhinged. So this is the most natural. This is the natural approach. Basically, I'm saying them. It doesn't matter if I'm saying it correctly. For now, what it's doing is I'm in the stage of imitation. And the things that I'm imitating, if they're like 2 weeks old, 2 to 3 weeks old, now they're non-issues. Like, I don't have problems greeting someone, you know, right? Jane is goodbye, mata ashita. I don't think about it at all. Konnichiwa, right? Genki desu ka? Even though Genki desu ka is not even not even one of the vocabularies, you know. Ohayo gozaimasu, right? So I don't think about these things anymore because I've said them so many times. But I think Duolingo would greatly be less negative. Like, people would criticize it much less if they can demonstrate that speaking can be added to imitation. So in emphasizing like, hey, you know, have the dual bird just pop up and say, have you said this out loud? Like, try saying this out loud. Here's a help. Think of, you know, shomatsu. Say shomatsu to yourself. Shomatsu wa. Shomatsu wa. Because a lot of times the pitch accent and stuff in imitation, it ends with the particle, right? So shomatsu wa, right? And then you go to why you pick this one? Jazu. And then jazu o ikimasu, right? The reason why I clustered in all the particles is not because Duolingo is saying it. I naturally feel that the particle ends, and guess what? Go on YouTube, look at other people who break down pitch accents, and pitch accents are the word and the particle, the following particle. So when you hear it naturally, you feel like, oh yeah, they kind of sort of take a breath or something. Like there's a up down after every particle, right? And that's kind of what happened. So shiumatsu wa, right? Shiumatsu wa jasu o ikimasu. And then over time, because I have to do this so many times, my throat just goes raw all the time. So I can't even do it as much as I'm repeating. Am I learning new vocabulary? It slows me down on learning new vocabulary. I'm not like blitzing forward. I say this phrase at least 3 or 4 times per unit. Like shiumatsu wa jasu o kikimasu, right? Shiumatsu wa jasu o kikimasu, right? And that's kind of something that it requires it. However, I don't think necessarily people are doing that. And Duel can definitely do something clever about that. I'm acquiring speech way faster than I'm writing. The closest thing to writing is I do kanji every time 15 minutes shows up. Whenever there's a 2x XP, I do 15 minutes of kanji. Just randomly, haphazardly click on all the different groups of the kanji up to this point. Now, there's a downside to Duolingo's kanji too. It's not comprehensive. So I'm going to have to do something to compensate for that. They don't catalog every single kanji they introduce, which is a little disappointing in my opinion, just objectively disappointing, because I thought I could rely on getting my writing up to snuff too. I actually write kanji more vigorously and less like processing involved with the kanji that I know than my hiragana and my katakana. Hiragana and katakana now only serves as pronunciation things, and I have to vigorously go back in the evening and write out all the hiragana and katakana just to keep it fresh. So I do that every 4 days. Every 4 days I write out all my hiragana and katakana. It takes about 2 minutes. 2 minutes to write all of them out. No, 1 minute each. 1 minute each set. I do the like next to each other, you know. A, U, A, U, I, O, right? Or A, I, U, E, O. A, I, U, E, O, and then just go across in pairs. And I do that every 4 days. Something like that. To keep the kana fresh. The kanji is fresh as heck, because there is an actual writing section. So like the hiragana, you have to remind yourself in Duolingo to do that after every so often. And that's something they could add in, but what happens is it slows it down even more. And most people that use Duolingo and quit, not the people who continue to use Duolingo, the ones that quit are the ones that say, this is too long. There's too much repetition. I already know all this stuff. And the idea is, well, I would argue they probably know all the stuff from ears and eyes, and I totally agree with them. If I stop talking, just not talk, just listen, and I would complete these lessons 3 times as fast. At least 3 times. Then it robs me, or I rob myself of the opportunity of imitating. I think for the most part, most of my life's experience come from imitation first. Iterate on my imitations. I learned from somewhere, be it a textbook or another person, and then I iterate on that person. Iterate on those things. Like a true blue Asian, I suppose. Anyways, yeah. Bushu sounds really interesting. I might have to consider doing that in the future, because it actually seems like there's some nuances between the two so far from what you're sharing, T. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, they do both sound like they take the structure approach for sure. How much translating do you do when you're looking at those lessons? Do they rely on grammar translation, like using your native the language that you choose to use, probably English? That's another thing Duolingo probably has similarities with Bushu. Okay. Another criticism is those who are fans of the direct method. The direct method, which is you just hop in and learn, scramble without the aid of your native language. That's another big opponent, I suppose. Opponent of the Duolingo thing. The whole total immersion / direct method stuff, where like, oh, you just throw it in and you'll learn and scramble. Like, it's the closest thing I can describe is play a video game and just turn it to Japanese and then just scramble your way through it. That's the direct method, where you have no aid with your secondary language, so you're learning something alongside learning the language. That has been very effective for other people. Kind of like listening to conversation and trying to scramble as much as you can from the conversation without any basis of understanding grammar or any, and actively doing that will naturally get you to a similar position. Those are contrasting ways that other people don't like structured content like Bushu and Duolingo. It's nice that even Bushu and Duolingo has some different variants. I would love to use both. unfortunately, no matter what, Bushu is always going to be after Duolingo, so that might warp my perspective a little bit. I'm not using Bushu as a blank slate in the future, probably. I'll look at it for sure. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing, T. Okay. On weekends, you're gonna have to keep me up to date on your progress, and then use that progress to tell me about Japanese while I'm using Duolingo, because that would be sweet. So then you can like tell me what you've learned, and then have a reason to share what you're learning, right? Right? The idea, it's kind of like a classroom thing, right? If all of us are learning Japanese, we can bounce each other's out and we have motivation to share what we've learned. So that only reinforces the idea. You don't necessarily have to speak to a native person in order to be reminded and be motivated for using the Japanese. Indy is doing that already, although he keeps breaking out his hecking kanji that I don't understand and then forcing me hard to figuring out the kanji. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's exactly what we're doing. Right. Learning together, but in different way. I actually would love for everyone that I know to be learning in a different manner. That would be pretty sweet too. Right? Then it would be context independent. It would be tool independent if everyone is covering different avenues of learning. Sharing is caring, I suppose. On weekends, I listen to jazz. Ah, you would put swim. 毎日泳ぎます。毎日泳ぎます。
毎日泳ぎます。
週末はバスケットボールをします。
週末はバスケットボールをします。週末はバスケットボールをします。バスケットボールをします。Also, Indy, why'd you ask me if I'm still learning Japanese? Do you feel like what about you? Do you feel like you're still learning Japanese from Duolingo? Where's that question coming from?
一人で本を読みます。一人で本を読みます。
一人で本を読みます。
一人で本を読みます。一人で本を読みます。
本を読みます。
よく一人で泳ぎます。
よく一人で泳ぎます。Man, I'm gonna throw out swim, guys. I don't swim. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna ask someone if they swim. Okay. 泳ぎます。よく一人で泳ぎます。よく一人で泳ぎます。I'm not even coming from it, but I feel like I've stopped learning grammar where I'm at.
一人で
And do you feel like, how do you feel about that? Do you feel you've learned enough learning grammar comprehension where you're kind of like doing the English thing where, oh yeah, it's really about encountering the weird usage of English that violates some of your foundational grammar thing, and then it's all about just encountering new words. Are you telling me you're in the end game when it comes to grammar? I suppose. Have you tried like creating really weird sentences and see if you can get away with it? That's my favorite part about English, right? Yeah, it's more like I only have casual Japanese to learn. Yeah. Yeah. So, uh, I, uh, I would love that your feeling is one of which, like, oh yeah, you know, I can make a really long Japanese sentence if I wanted to, kind of thing. You know, an unnecessary verbose English sentence, for example. And the only necessary reason to do that is to flex, but really non-functionally flex, right? You get into the creative process. Like if you're using fruity language and sophisticated jargon, that's a flex that really is not all that pragmatic. It's superfluous in nature. So learning vocabulary now, actually, I'm curious. How do you feel about your vocabulary? Do you largely feel like your vocabulary encompasses, you know, the 20%? That the core 20%. Like, oh yeah, everything else will be very specialized vocabulary. Like a telephone pole. How you say a telephone pole? I'm not even sure if Japanese people refer to them as telephone poles, but yes, actually. Oh, I like that. That's very auspicious. That's incredibly auspicious. So you know what the last stage is, Indy. I need you to record yourself talking to someone and just banging it out, and then I will truly believe you have ascended. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Or you're not forced to that. Maybe we'll. I've always wanted to engage a conversation with like a Japanese as a second language. Most of the stuff you're learning seems quite specialized. Can you give me an example? Like underwater basket weaving? That's pretty specialized. I use that as a euphemism. Whenever someone like goes into specialized jargon, like this is the atomic concept of learning language, all I think about is underwater basket weaving. That's how I bring it up. It's incredibly specialized jargon that may or may not be necessary in conversation. I say that to myself a lot. If I become incredibly esoteric or verbose, both verbose and esoteric, I remind myself that I am not a professional underwater basket weaver, so that I can like chill. First school semester, this is an example of the specificity that you're at. Oh, first school semester? Dang, that's pretty specialized. Yeah, that is pretty specialized. How do you go about remembering them? You just how do you go? What is your way of bootstrapping Lotus on specialized terms? Are you going for the brute force method where you just do drills, or be like, oh yeah, that's neat? Also, as for talking to people, at a certain point it becomes super useful. I use yeah, that's what a lot of people use. I'm gonna use a different method, and it doesn't rely on, it's gonna be a funny method. We'll see how it works out, because in this case I'm a streamer, right? So I have a different take on it. It's so far down the line, but I'm already excited about it. I've kind of teased a couple ideas already. It's gonna be like an integration of a lot. Like actually having conversation. I haven't decided if I wanted to participate in language transfer. I really like the idea of language transfer as well. Yeah, wake up every morning and do flashcards for like 20 minutes using Anki. Okay, then like 10 minutes of kanji practice. And then Duolingo on top of that. Yeah. Got it. The drills. Nice. Yeah, just practice a listening exercise at this point because that's where I'm weak at. I know what I want to say, but not sure. Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I feel at some point, you know how when you caress grammar, right? Let's say for English, those who went to English school, right? English school, you caress grammar at like 7th grade. Generally, once you pass 7th grade, your goal is to retain those 7. Everything else is incredibly superfluous. In fact, all the intricacies of English and creative writing, they're free pose. They actually kind of violate and play around the foundations you've already built in 7th grade, right? Middle school, a lot of times. Okay, I'll go as high as 9th grade. When you do like, I don't know, Shakespeare and like aggressive antonyms and synonym associations. So, but generally speaking, between 7th and 9th grade, and then the rest is listen around, pick up whatever you feel is useful. In my opinion, if my vocabulary seem a little distinct, it's generally because I'm habitually intrigued by other people's lives. So when I acquire things like, I don't know, K lastima, I don't know, funny jokes like Takeo and Quesadilla, that type of stuff, it's generally due to exposure. And I know those are not the greatest examples, but the idea is using English flexibly to unintentionally be colloquial, right? Like milk versus milk. One of the guys I talk to really gets triggered by milk. Have you guys heard milk before? Oh, we were doing homophones yesterday. I was livid. Well, not livid in a bad way. I was very energized. I was talking about homonyms in English, and there were so many good ones. You guys, I don't know if you guys both were here, but I was talking about how it was triggered. This whole exploration down the rabbit hole. I spent like 6 hours, by the way, looking at homonyms, both homonyms and the related homophones and homographs. And it all started with 2 words. 2 words. Walk and walk. Walk and walk. And I absolutely know that Lotus, you and Indy can probably hear the difference. And it all started with that because they're actually homophones in English. Most people just say walk and walk. Walk, walk. Walk, walk. I say walk and walk. Walk, walk. And it led me down this rabbit hole of, because of learning Japanese, it sounds like night and day. A walk, you cook with a walk. You go for a walk. Right? Right, guys? They're homophones. In English, they're traditionally considered homophones. Yeah, just practice the listening exercise, blah, blah, blah. That's why I don't have conversations with people. That's why most of my posts have been about how to say things, because I've been very lax in that. Now I'm regretting it. You got, please, guys, you got to back me up here. You can hear the difference, right? And the funny thing is, it's not like the guys I was talking to were incapable of saying them differently, because we had examples. It's just when they read it, they have a natural habit of going back and forth. Like, are they going to say walk, walk, or walk, walk? Walk, walk, or walk, walk? And then there was others. Like, so now I'm questioning everything I understand about English. As in, like, what is considered a homophone, right? Homophone means they sound the same. Well, they don't sound the same. And even the mora is different. So the way I say certain words, the mora is different. As in, like, I'm retroactively, I wanted to ask a Japanese person so badly. At least you guys are surrogates, right? So, like, for example, just as a refresher, wave and wave. Wave, wave. Wave, wave. This is longer. I actually legitimately naturally say longer words longer. But these are homophones. These are homophones. But I naturally say them longer. The brain does so many tricks behind the scene for these things, and then we don't even notice until learning it. Yeah, exactly. It's so wonderful. I absolutely love it. Like, it's breathing another dimension of explainers to English. Like, I no longer actually view these guys as homonyms or homophones for that matter. They're different. The mora is different. The ocean has waves, right? But you wave your rights. You waive your rights. You don't waive your rights. You waive your rights. It's always, for me, it has largely characteristically been slightly longer. So it's so cool. I actually think that's super sweet. So I spent like 4 hours basically talking their ears off about it. If they're interested or not, that's just kind of how I refresh all my memory. So when stream goes off, if someone talks to me, we spend most of our time sharing what happened in the week, and it only reinforces what I learned in Japanese, and I relate it back to all the other languages that I understand. So pretty sweet. Now I think most homophones aren't even homophones in English. It's largely because English... Oh, you and you? Yeah. You and you. You could even exaggerate it. There are so many. What's another one? Undo and undo. Undo and undo. So if I elicited undo, like undo stress on you, I'm not undoing my error. I undo my error, but I don't want to place undue stress on people. So whenever I have undo, my pitch accent is high low. When I undo something, it's low high. So I undo a mistake, and I don't want to create undue undue damage to someone, like undue emotional damage. Yeah, there are those in Japanese. Yeah, they are, and in English they aren't. What I mean is, in English, it's traditionally just they're the same. So most people are conditioned to just say undo, undo, undo. In fact, that's so stereotypically cliche of summarizing Japanese, where just say it flat. And in this case, because of the hyper focus on pitch accent, I noticed that I almost classically do not interchange them. Undo versus undo. Undo versus undo. And they're no longer homophones to me. It's not like any English speakers are going to be concentrated in hearing the difference, right? So that was kind of the big revelation with walk and walk. Walk and walk, it just blew my mind. They're like, what is that? And then when I try to emphasize it, they think I'm saying walk instead of walk and walk. Like it became so exaggerated when they were trying to tell me what I'm trying to say. I'm like, that's not what I said. Yeah, walk and walk. Walk, walk. Walk rhymes with talk, and walk rhymes with bok. I know what you guys are thinking. No, not the C word. Bok. Okay? Or talk. Talk, not the C word. Okay, walk rhymes with talk, and walk rhymes with talk or walk, right? So, are they homophones? Absolutely not. Address and address. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, so that's not. Yeah, those are homographs. Yeah, homographs. Address and address, the noun and verb stuff. There was a good one. There was a good one that's really... Oh, duel? You duel someone in a duel. I don't know if you hear the difference, but I hear the difference in the way I say it. You duel someone in a duel. You duel someone in a duel. So you have duels. And people in duels duel each other. D-U-A-L and D-U-E-L. They're homophones. Or homonyms. So they're actually classified as homonyms, but their meaning are kind of related to each other, so maybe just homophones. I don't know. It's very loose. I think walk and walk shouldn't sound the same. Yeah, walk and walk shouldn't sound the same, but they are homophones. So colloquially, I can't go against the majority, right? I feel like this is the thing where you can change the emphasis on a verb to say it's a noun. Yes. Yes. Shouldn't you say the L in walk? Well, to the English person, it's W-A-A-K for both. Walk. W-A-A-K. Oh, and also it's because American English started dropping those consonants. If you know what I mean. One of the Americanisms is dropping consonants like LKs into just W-A-K. So it's W-A-A-K for both. So the way it started was walk. Yeah. Oh, I say it like wall. Oh, wall. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. I can't quite put my finger on why my walk and walk sounds different. It's slightly different, and I can just hear it every time I say it now. Does it sound different to you guys when I say, like, which one am I referring to? Walk. Which one am I saying? Walk? Or I'll say both of them next to each other. Oh, you're saying, yeah, I'm saying walk. Yeah. And then walk. Walk, walk. Walk, walk. Right? It's, I understand why it's really close. So, really neat. And that's what I learned from Japanese. Yeah, you were right. It's walk. I was saying walk. Neat. Very neat. I love this. Sorry. I got really nerdy there. All right. I often swim by myself. Lonely. Very lonely.
週末は泳ぎます。
週末は泳ぎます。泳ぎ。I swim, man. 泳ぎます。週末は泳ぎます。
週末は泳ぎます。
泳ぎます。
週末は泳ぎます。
毎朝泳ぎます。Right? 毎朝。
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 Why does it sound like you're saying yasa?
毎朝。毎朝。
Don't look at me like that.
毎朝。毎朝。
Sorry. 毎朝。Oh no. Oh, whoops. My
泳
bad.
ぎます。
Uh-oh. I was thinking that was a southern thing, not calling your way of speaking wrong. I understand it regardless of how you say it from the context. True. True. That's fair enough. So the thing is, right? Now we have to put the language in context. And the nice thing about context is what Japanese. I took a walk. I took a walk. True. I took a walk. And I don't think when you say I took a walk, context isn't enough. You know what I mean? Like, even a simple sentence, I think English requires more than just a simple sentence. So in these cases, the reason why homophones are, or homonyms are kind of tricky in English is not even precise enough, even with sentences sometimes. So I took a walk. So you picked up a walk somewhere? Did you steal a walk? What are you doing? Right? Do Japanese people know that you take walks? Or do you go on a walk? And I literally said walk intentionally instead of going on a walk. I don't know if you got to it yet, but I forgot that kanji again. Kakeru. Okay, kakeru was strange for me at first. Oh, I did get to it. 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 Is that o? It's supposed to be o kake. Kake. I got o kakemasu. We did o kakemasu. To go out. It's either a kakemasu or o kakemasu. Or de kake. Yeah, de kake. De kake. Stop typing in all caps, you buttheads. I don't remember it yet. Hello? I keep getting it mixed up with asobimasu. So asobimasu, and I keep forgetting the first syllable in kake. I only remember kake because kake is really uncomfortable for me to say. So I always forget the first syllable. So I didn't know if it's o, a, de, I don't know. So de kake, yeah, de kakemasu, which was introduced with asobimasu. Oh, don't freaking all caps me, okay, Indy? That's offensive. I'm gonna show you some caps. I don't know how to show you some caps. Okay. Oh, what were you gonna say about it though? What's strange for you? What were you gonna say about dekake? But yeah, when I translate it, it would say I go out with my friends. Yeah. So the whole tomodachi to okakemasu, right? De kakemasu. Sorry. Well, it said it was strange for you at first. So how was it strange? You didn't say that? I am so confused now. Oh, you mean you literally never say that. Oh, you go out? Yeah, oh my gosh. This is why English is so weird. You're literally saying you never say, as in you don't say that, like literally. I thought you meant figuratively. You never say that. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, you didn't say the maybe that's not I go out with my friends. That does sound like a colloquial. I usually hang out is, yeah, my first comment about going out and hanging out was I don't know which one I would use. Like, for example, hanging out with your friends is implying you're going out with your friends. I don't ever say the present tense I go out with. I suppose. I've heard a lot of I am going out, as in the present. I don't know what you call it, the present participle, or the progressive present. I forgot how to say what you're about to do, as opposed to what you are doing in the present tense, because that's present tense, right? When you say I go out with my, I know, I just said what the hangout means. Asobimasu. They're introduced together. Heck in indie, why aren't you paying attention? Do you want me to cap you right now? Asobimasu is hang out. Which, by the way, did you learn them both together? Yeah, asobimasu is the other phrase, and they were back to back. They introduced asobimasu first. No, actually, they introduced, what is it? Dekakemasu first, then asobimasu. Because they're describing who you can go out and hang out with the particle to. So, I don't know. Alright. Anyways. Mayasa oyogimasu. You didn't learn that asobi meant hang out. Duolingo said asobi meant to play with. Really? Instead of shimasu? Interesting. Yeah, they introduced to play with as shimasu, and then to do things as shimasu. Yeah, that's so interesting how it's different. You go out with friends. Yeah, it's the present. And I'm going out. Yeah, present perfect. Oh, present perfect. That's it. The present perfect. Lotus. Thanks. I forgot what they called, like, what you're about to do. The present perfect. Yeah. I am going out with friends. That's typically the colloquial for an English speaker. Yeah, that would be Tay for himself. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure about the whole go out with friends as a present. I would use that when someone says, oh, what do you do on your free time? Some people might say I go out with friends, but then they could probably substitute it synonymously with I hang out with friends, right? So those two phrases were introduced back to back, and I go out with friends in the present form. The only reason I would say they introduced that is for the future, where you can say I'm going out with friends, right? It's necessary to introduce those, even though they're associated and maybe like superfluous to each other. However, it forms the basis so that you can conjugate later, right? At least I think it's a conjugation. I imagine you conjugate go out to get present perfect. Or is it an entirely different word? If it's an entirely different word, then my thought is in the poop chute, just out of ignorance. It's a conjugation? Okay, fair enough. I still have Spanish brain more than Japanese brain right now. When I think of verbs, I just think it's probably a conjugation, regardless. Like all the tenses are always a conjugation. No fanciness, just conjugation. I'll show you a conjugation. The table is actually hard, but you're probably gonna memorize it as is. Fair enough. Yeah. We should learn Spanish together, Indy. Then we can memorize conjugation tables together. I actually, arguably, Spanish and related language to Spanish, I would say probably memorizing it instead of finding mnemonic devices is my go-to strat for Spanish conjugation. You spend so much of your time just on conjugation. It's I like particles as much as I like conjugation in Spanish. You live in a Hispanic neighborhood and know very little Spanish. Ooh, we could learn Spanish together. That's gonna be a really long time, so you guys have plenty of time. I could get a better deal on tacos if I decide to study. Oh, dude. No joke. No joke. You guys watch Food Theory? It's a really unnecessary coincidence, but you watch Food Theory? It doesn't work for standardized franchises, but man, if you go to a local mom and pop shop and you start speaking colloquially with them, yeah, that I kid you not, I back that statement about getting deals when you can colloquially exchange conversation with them. My parents are so guilty of that. If you break out Fujonese to them, the sky's the limit. Now you practically become family the moment you break out Fujonese. Like, I mean, Xiaoma did it too, where he learned a little bit of Fujonese, and it's like instant. It was instant, like, oh, that's so great and stuff. It makes me very, it puts a smile on my face. I have the same soft spot that my parents have. If someone comes to me and be like, yo, I can speak English to you the way you speak English, my face would just light up. It's been a long time since someone has spoken to me. Sorry guys, sorry Indian Lotus. It's been a long time since someone has spoken to me with the English that I keep tucked away. It's one of those things, like, I spend most of my time learning how to speak English appropriately for different environments. It's not very common that I get a chance to speak English unhinged. Sometimes I do. Sometimes there's a rare opportunities where I'm unhinged with my English. No, it's not some like southern drawl. Okay, I'm not from South America. Southern United States. Okay, I'm not gonna just randomly break out like y'all and whippersnapper and spring chicken. Okay, not that. But my English can be a little bit unhinged. Yo, whippersnappers. What have you? What have you? I had a very impressionable teacher in my life, a professor in my life, who says, what have you, all the time. What have you? And that I used to acquire that quite a bit. When I'm in that circle, I'm like, you know, what have you and such. What have you and such. For a while, I'm like, what? I don't really know how to appropriately use that. Does that mean, are you implying there are more things? Like, or you can go West Coast and just like, you know, like this, like that, right? Like this, like that, you know, like. Sorry, West Coast. When you get into the LA area, it starts getting a little bit more excessive use. There are little wonderful quirks about English, especially around the United States, at least, even in the United States. I don't find it annoying, although it does make certain people, it does trigger some people, for sure. A significant number of people. I just think it's brilliant. Also brilliant. Brilliant is a resurging, by the way, it's an uptrending word that is used in the context of British English that Americans have adopted recently. It's a trending word, by the way, guys. Start using brilliant in that context. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Or proper. Haven't used that word in a while. That's proper. That's just proper, I guess. Anyways. I wonder what part of the United States use anyways versus so. Yeah, I never said the city proper. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well said. Well said, my clever friend. Let's see. My ban, oyogimasu. My ban oyogimasu ka?
毎晩
Oyogimasu ka?
遊びます遊びま泳ぎます
No one saw that.
か
I watch anime by myself. Ooh, lonely. Hitori de anime o mimasu. Hitori de anime o mimasu. Hitori de anime o mimasu. I kind of want it to attach to the end, so just to remind myself of the pitch accent.
一人
Hitori
で
Hitori de anime o. Where's anime? Anime o
見ま
mimasu.
す
Right. Hitori de anime o mimasu. Do you swim every day? 毎日泳ぎますか? Oyogimasu? I'm just gonna throw swim out the window. Like I'm not a great swimmer. I have an aversion to water. I don't float. Just gonna throw swim out the window. Mine. It's a coincidence I'm struggling with swim. 毎日泳ぎますか? 毎日泳ぎますか?
毎日泳ぎますか
Okay. I'm so behind in my lesson. We're gonna try to complete all of these. Since this is 3, yeah, let's keep going. Oh, Durama? Is it Durama or it's Durama, right? No, it's Dorama. Yeah, it's Dorama. Okay. I found it interesting that you almost don't get a choice in what you learn. If other people say it and you want to understand them, you kind of need to learn it. I found it interesting that you almost don't get a choice in what you... If other people say it and you want to understand them, you kind of need to... Yeah. That is a fair point. What are your feelings with that statement? Is that like a bittersweet thing? I'm hearing a bunch of more people on games say howdy and y'all. Yeah, y'all is uptrend. It's, in fact, y'all is so uptrending, it has ousted the other use, the competition use, almost oust all of the UK use too, in Great Britain. In the UK, y'all is in competition with the other greetings. Y'all, man. Y'all. Howdy. I still say hi. That is not trending, by the way. I say hi. Not hi. I say hi. It's like saying Wi-Fi instead of Wi-Fi. I actually literally add an extra A. Like, not to be confused with hi. I say hi. I don't know why. It's just like I saw someone type hi, and I'm like, all right, sure, why not? Let's just type hi. So like hi instead of hi. So hi. It's like I can't help but feel how inefficient the overlapping asobimasu and asobimasu and dekakemasu are. I have to learn both because if I want to understand people, but I could use it just one and be understandable. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel right now. I can definitely resonate with it. And they did do it very cleverly. It's to the point where I have to... This is the second day, by the way. The second day that I know those phrases, and I still kind of like interchange them in my head. So in my head, they kind of blur together. Like, wait a minute. So I'm sorting that out. Well, I think you would use dekakemasu for going out to the train. You wouldn't hang out with the train. You wouldn't hang out with the train, sure, but you could hang out in a train. Is that a different expression? Oh, because you have to use ga because you're acting on the train now? Is that what happens? You change the particle? Oh, that's a lot different? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Dainyate. Dainshate. Dainsha. Wait, sorry. Wait. Dainjate. Wait, is that ja or sha? No, it's sha, right? I'm messing this up now. Dainshate. On a train. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Just calling the earlier example. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Calling back. Yeah. So here's the thing, though. I think here's where I would back Lotus's feeling. You don't hang out with a train. So the efficiency thing would suggest that if you're always going to go on a train and go out with people, then you could just use go out as opposed to learning hanging out. You see what I mean by that? Like, it's one of those, like, one use case has more use cases than the other, and then sometimes the other has more use cases than the other, and you draw a Venn diagram and you notice that they overlap quite a lot, and that creates an efficiency, that creates a redundancy feeling. Maybe one is a planned outing. Yeah, probably a planned outing. Again, 80-20 rule, Indy. The conversations we're having now, I know it might sound like we're deploying a lot of specific words. Honestly, I still feel like I only use 20% of the English I know. Here's a wicked statistic, by the way. I don't know how accurate this is. I've been looking at statistics quite a lot because I love numbers. Okay, that's just an emotional response. Sorry. One number that stuck out crazily is a vast majority of people who speak in 80% of their conversations use 670 words in English. Or less. Like, for 80% of their conversations with people. Like, 670 words. Where are we at right now in Japanese? Well, apparently Duolingo told me I've recently crossed 350 words. 350 words? Man, I'm just saying. I would say that the conversations we have here, if I was intuitively pushing, I typically like to throw in a lot of specific types of words. like specific, intuitively, emotional intelligence, that kind of thing. I would say I'm using 1,000 words, possibly 1,000 words, since all of us met. 1,000 words at most. Yep, you aren't gonna say anything more than oh, okay. Gohan. Okay, Gohan o tabemasu. Yeah, true. Gohan o tabemasu. And then ocha o nomimasu. Sure, right? Or must no mu? Just you can just say no mu? Oh, interesting. Ocha o nomu? Or is that a kanji that looks suspiciously like and then dying sha ni noru. Dying shine. Oh, okay, dying shine noru. He's using casual form. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you can just lop off that much. Just straight up moo. Okay, fair enough. Learning more. I know the essence of what you're trying to say though. That's kind of nice. It feels great to read the stuff. I'm like, I kind of know the essence of what you're saying. And that to me feels fantastic. That's kind of how English feels a lot of times. You feel me? the phrase, you feel me? Yeah, you're learning infinite form. Guys, you feel me? Bruh, you feel me? That's the kind of like the gist things. Like, no, I don't actually literally feel you because you didn't really say anything. But I feel you. Or to quote a Clint Eastwood movie, right? Do you feel lucky? Huh? Do you, punk? You know? You feel that. Hey, Milo. Alright. Dorama. Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so you can phrase it that way. When you're using I. Yeah, I remember this. So, chumatsu wa dorama o yomimasu. Dorama o yomimasu. Or just mimasu, actually. Sorry. O mimasu.
週末
Wa dorama
ドラマ
o
を
mimasu.
見ます
I bet you an XP.
ドラ
Well,
マを見ます。
slacker. Milo. Slacker. I'm just kidding. How are you doing, Milo? What are you up to?
ドラマを見ます。ドラマ
Drama
を
o
見ます。
mimasu.
ドラマを見ます。
Drama o mimasu.
友達と遊びますか？
Tomodachi to... Oh no. Tomodachi to asobimasu ka? Tomodachi to asobimasu ka? Asobimasu ka? Tomodachi to... Do you... hang out with friends? And oof. So does Japanese have a separate modifier for your friends, or is it always implied? That's another thing that I have a that's another thing that makes me feel weird when I write in English. You hang out with friends. You typically hang out with your friends, or do I hang out with my friend? And friends are often already implicitly implied as possessive. However, then if it's not implied as possessive, you specify whose friend. inherently. So do you hang out with his friends or do you hang out with her friends? You can specify. I see. Cool. So would you do like watashi no tomodachi to asobimasu ka or something? Do you hang out with my friends? Oh, okay. Hecking kanji. All right, I get it. Oh, Maku-san. Oh, Maku-san no. Yeah, I got it. Maku-san no. Fair enough. I went with the watashi no, but yeah, got it. Fair enough. Yeah. No. I know. We know. You wouldn't say your friends. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's always implied. Yeah. Fair enough. So what I mean by this is, in English, it's always implied. You see what I mean? So when you're translating, it's, do you hang out with my friends? Or it's the person you're addressing. So do you hang out with your friends? That's the first implication. It's the topic to object agreement. Even though you could just leave it ambiguous like this. You can definitely leave it ambiguous like this in English. And then someone will ask you, or they will assume, first they will assume, right? By whatever you say afterwards. I watch dramas. Dorama o mimasu. Dorama o mimasu.
見ます。
Whoops.
お。ドラマ。
You know what I'm gonna do in the future? I'm gonna deliberately do the sentences backwards. Just to see if just to practice it doing it the other way. That would be a fun exercise to throw up to see how like quick to get the other, like be able to like scramble the ideas. So try to do the sentences backwards. That would be kind of a fun experiment. A little bit of a mental shakeup just to break up the, I know it might be undesirable and it's just intellectually stimulating to me.
よく兄と遊びます。
So like for example,
遊びます。と。兄。よく。
I missed something.
よく兄と遊びます。
Oh no, I didn't.
よく兄と遊びます。
Yeah, so doing it in the reverse. I don't know if you guys done this before. One of the things about recall is a lot of times they would give you a series of numbers, right? And do you remember them from the earliest or the recent, or from the recent to the earliest? So if I say like 1, 16, 19, 32, 31, are you remembering it from the beginning or the end? So you're reciting it back at 31, 32. I've already forgotten my numbers. 15, 9, and 1, or something like that. That has wonderfully been an interesting exercise. That's when people play like memory games with each other. One of the challenges is to do that. So one of the games would be, you would say a number and you would pass it along. So someone would say 4. The next person will say 4, 5. Then the next person says, 4, 5, 7. And then when you get to one round, 4, 5, 7, 9, then it's automatically assumed if there are 4 people, you go in the reverse order. So then you say 11, 9, 5, 4. And then keep going. And then you bounce back again. So what happens is it kind of gives you that, it exercises not just unidirectional memory, right? Like just one directional. It can disrupt ways like habit forming and drills get disrupted by that. But that's kind of funny. I did that in reverse and it felt kind of nice.
友達とバスケットボールをします。
So for example, like let's do this backwards. Play basketball with tomodachi, friends, and putting an I. You know? So, tomodachi to basketball o shimasu. I play basketball with friends.
友達と遊びます。
So,
遊びます。 と
to tomodachi.
友達
Oh wait, I think I actually heard something else.
友達と遊びます。
Oh no, I didn't hear something else.
友達と遊びます。
So instead of doing the prescribed wording, right? Like let me, I guess I can disclose the different patterns. For this one, when I read this, I'm actually going from the right. Like I'm always going from the time to the predicate into the object. So it bounces around in this case because of frequency. Although I haven't really always tried to go from one direction to the other purely. So it's had been a mix here. So I would just probably continue to do that. It's fun. It's fun to mix it up. So like my asa, right? Right? My asa, drama. And then watch, right? Mimas. And then you need a park mimas. But that doesn't work out. Then you have to resort, right? It's just fun to see how well you can compartmentalize the things and then rearrange them. So, 毎朝ドラマを見ます。I do that with Fujianese all the time.
毎日友達と遊びます。
So I heard
遊びますと友
tomodachi.
達
I heard
毎
mainichi.
日毎日友達と遊びます。
There you go.
毎日友達と遊びますか
So just read from right to left, just for fun, right? So it's a question, right? And then you have asobimasu. The implicit you. And asobimasu. So hang out. So tomodachi. And mainichi, every day. You hang out with friends every day.
ナオミさんと遊びますか
Asobimasu. To san
さん、
Naomi?
ナオミ。ナオミさんと遊びますか？
Oh.
か、
I missed the cast still. I missed the cast still even when going backwards. That's nuts.
時々姉と遊びます。
Okay. So I'm just gonna do this for fun for now. So no question. So back to Ka, and don't you call me, okay? Kamachi? Wait. Oh my gosh, you Kamachi'd. Oh, you are... Alright, well played. You win. I forgot you can say Machi. Oh no. Freaking Ka Town. And you even added the extra vowel to make it sound like what they would do with that. Heckin' Ka Town. Yikes. I gotta try harder. Kamachi. Okay. What would you say if I did like you know, the kanji for o in ooki and combined it with machi? Like machi. Although I think o is fine. O is okay. No, it's technically wo, but still. Eh. I gotta think of a clever way. Oh, Motown just not good enough. Mo City, you go Motoshi, My Tushy. I know it doesn't work in that case. It's supposed to be Japanglish. We're working on Japanglish. Lotus, come on. But I did just discover a trick to make a ton of words. Oh, interesting. That got me. I was just doing Japanglish. Like that's Japanglish. Like Motoshi, My Tushy, Mo Tushy. Sorry, Loot. I'm sorry. Sorry, kids. Not appropriate content. This is family friendly. I'm sorry about that. Motoshi, Toshi. Okay. Okay. Toki ane. Toki ane to asobimasu. Okay. Alright, sometimes it's actually kind of stressful to do it from right to left. I sometimes hang out with my ane.
週末はドラマを見ます。
Okay.
見ます。
Oh,
ドラマ
drama
は
wa
週末。
shumatsu.
週末はドラマを見ます。
I like listening backwards though, but that only works when you know where the predicate happens. So if you pick up all the predicates, you can probably do like a staggered reverse. By staggered reverse, I mean something like this. You can process this way, like doing it this way, where you stagger reverse, as long as you find the predicate. Right. That seems a little monka. You watch drama during the apocalypse? Wait. What apocalypse? Hideyoshi. Explain. Oh, you like dramas that takes place in apocalypse? Okay, I'm not following. I hang out with friends every day. Okay. 毎日友達と遊びます。 毎日。そう。
毎日友達と遊びます。
遊びます。Oh, they're homonyms. Oh, interesting. Homonyms. I see. Watch drama during. I see. So during the apocalypse. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah, they're homonyms. Fair enough. We're just talking about homonyms in English.
毎日花さんと遊びますか？
毎日花さんと遊びますかOkay. I watch dramas with my older brother. 兄とドラマを見ます。兄とドラマを見ます。ドラマ。Gotta stop trying to, gotta resist saying dra instead of da, do. Okay, what is it?
兄とドラマを見ます。
Okay. 毎日
友達
と遊びますか。It's pretty chill right now. It's kind of comfy
ヨガを
chill.
しますか？
What's up with you guys in yoga?
ヨガをしますか？お、します
か。ヨガをしますか？ I like doing the ヨガをしますか？
友達とヨガをしますか？
友達とヨガをしますか？ Do you do? Do you do? I do this. Do you do yoga with friends?
よくヨガをしますか？よくヨガをしますか？よくヨガをしますか？
毎日ヨガをしますか？
毎日ヨガをしますか？ Right. Do you do yoga every day? I don't. I do kind of stretch though.
時々家族と映画を見ます。
Okay.
時々家族と映画を見ます。
家族と
家族と
I heard 映画を見ます。
時々家族と映画を見ます。
During the apocalypse. Actually, now that I'm curious. Yeah, probably where checks out during the apocalypse. During the apocalypse, I play sports. Yes, indeed. Casually play sports during the apocalypse.
週末はスポーツ
をします。
よく田中さんとヨガをします。
Wait.
よく田中さんとヨガをします。
Oh.
よく
よく
田中
田中
さん
さんと
ヨガ
ヨガ
を
をしま。
しますす。よく田中さんとヨガをします。よく田中さんとヨガをします。
よく田中さんとヨガをします。OK? 毎朝ヨガをします。ヨガをします。
毎朝
ヨガをします。
時々父とスポーツをします。
Let's do it backwards. We have
し
し
ま。
ますす。おスポーツ
スポーツ
と
と
父 and 時々
時々
I think
時々父とスポーツをします。
時々父とスポーツをします。Often play sports with friends. Okay.
よく
よく
友達
友達とスポーツ
スポーツ
を
を
します。
します。
週末は妹とスポーツをします。
します。をスポーツと妹は週末
週末は妹とスポーツをします。
週末はスポーツをします。
Oh, it's just 週末はスポーツをします。Okay. Okay. 家族そう家族とヨガをします。
家族と
と
ヨガ
を
を
します。と家族とヨガをします。
毎朝家族とヨガをします。
Okay. I do yoga with family every 毎朝 There was another solution. I must have missed something. I eat dinner with my family every day. Okay. 毎日家族と晩ご飯を食べます。そう。毎日家族と晩ご飯を食べます。
毎日
家族
家族と
と晩ご飯を食べます。田中さんと、よく田中さんはヨガをします。Okay.
よく田中さん
と、
と
whoops, I said はと、よく田中さんと ヨガをします。
ヨガをします。
Do you do yoga? Well, do you do yoga? I do yoga. I do yoga. ヨガをしますか？
ヨガをしますか？土曜日、
土曜日、
土曜日、
土曜日。
土曜日、
Oh, karate. Right. 空手をします。
空手をします。
週末は新しい漫画を買います。
How many days have I had? You mean this day? The number? Today's 29. Oh. Oh, how many days? 2 days. Only 2 days. 土曜日 and 日曜日. Just Sunday, just weekends. Saturday and Sunday. I did see the other days though, like on those flashcards. But we're not going to tackle them anytime yet. So 土曜日 and 日曜日.
週末は新しい漫画を買います。週末は
What? Wait.
週末は新しい漫画を買います。
Okay. 新しい
新しい
漫画
漫画
を
週末は新しい漫画を買います。
買います。
買います。
週末は本を買います。
週末は本を買います。Buy books. No attributive words. I figured they might throw in an attributive word at some point.
土曜日はゲームをします。土曜日は
ゲーム
をします。土曜日はゲームをします。
買います。Ooh, those are some fancy
買い
ones.
ます。
土曜日は姉と出かけます。土曜日は
I heard かけます but
土曜日は姉と出かけます。
姉
と出かけます。
出かけます。Oh no. It's the 出かけます。
ケンさんと空手をします。
ケンさんと空手をします。Oh, I didn't go into it yet. Do you 空手 with
週末は友達と出かけます。柔道週末は友達と出かけます。
出かけます。
週末は友達と出かけます。
土曜
日
広告を買います。読みます。
読みます。
12山口
よく友達とゲームをします。
What's an attributive word? Gave you the weekend words first? Yeah, they gave me the weekend words. So they introduced on weekend, like chumatsu, right? Chumatsu. And then they introduced Doyobi and Nichiyobi appropriately, because the weekends can be divided into Saturday and Sunday. What's an attributive word? It's a predicate adjective that can be converted as what I would say an adverb or an adjective before the object, which can be the subject so far, or the object. Sometimes it can be the subject too. Like so far, the attributive form is what I define as using a predicate adjective in front of either the subject or the object. I haven't seen them place anything in front of the topic, but I'm guessing it's also topic. So if that helps. Like oishi bento. Oishi is in the attributive form. And then when you do like a na adjective, or a na attributive form, I don't have a na attributive form off the top yet. That's also attributive form. The na particle can mark in attributive form of a non-adjective, although the e adjectives do not have a marker. Yeah. The only reason I know about attributive form is attributive forms don't have predicates. So when you say oishi bento, you still need a predicate to complete it. I mean, you could just still say it as a fragment in colloquial speak, but on paper, it's a fragment. Right. Fun times. Very fun times. That's how I'm using it. I might be using it inappropriately. Disclaimer. Ah. Ah. Yeah, I might be using it incorrectly, so don't give me don't quote me on it. It's how I'm using it at the moment. I'm describing how I'm using it. It might be an inappropriate word. Dependent clauses? Dependent clauses. My definition, or like what I think of dependent clauses in Japanese, I think the most frequently used so far now of a dependent clause is the topic. I just got the Duolingo sentence. You do not choose means in love and war. Is that a phrase people know? Whoa. I love it. But no. Or at least I'm not familiar with it, but I love it. You do not choose means in love and war. That sounds so poetic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a cultural reference. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's... I love it though. You do not choose means in love and war. How did you... You mean Duolingo just gave you that sentence? That's amazing. That's almost like a Chinese proverb. But I'm not saying it is, but still. The book that I checked out from the library last weekend. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a dependent clause. Nailed it. Yeah, the dependent clause. It's almost closer. So the book that I checked out from the library last weekend, that is the topic, is how I'm associating it most of the time. So the book is the object, and that's a fragment, right? So in English, that I checked out from the library last weekend can be used as a topic to modify the book, and then it still needs a predicate. And that's kind of, so all that independent clause is also, I would still attribute it, quote unquote, attribute it, like it's an attributed thing. So anything that falls in an independent clause is kind of an attributive form of the clause. And yeah, I know it can be used as an object. I'm just using it as an example. It can be many things, but the attributive form is a modifier of an existing object. or a subject or a topic. Like the actual noun is how I'm using the attributive form. So it's modifying something. So not the book that I checked out from the library. It's more the book that I checked out from the library. That I checked out from the library last weekend is an attributive phrase. Instead of saying an attributive form, I guess it's more accurate to say attributive phrase. It's attributing its details to the description of that book. Or I would call it a, what would you call it in English? A participle? No, that's not what it's called, right? A predicate adjective phrase? A predicate adjective phrase? Something like that. Yeah, like an adjective phrase as opposed to like an adjective as in singular one word. But yeah. Or prepositional phrases. Prepositional phrases are adjective phrases too. Like above the book, above the shelf. So above the shelf is a prepositional phrase that modifies the book. I love these things. I just don't remember the terminology. Like Lotus reminded me of present perfect. Like I don't remember what the difference between, like, what is a past participle versus a future present tense. Like I don't remember the jargon that's involved in it. So much like I'm using the word attributive, I don't know if that's the right jargon. So it's better for me to just describe it. Describe it is nicer instead of throwing around jargon everywhere. My bad, by the way. I did throw around the word attributive. Sorry, Indy. Yoku tomodachi to gameをします。I often play video games with friends. 5 12
12
1
1
買い
買います。
土曜日。
土曜
週末は一人でゲームをします。
週末は広い。You know what, Indy? You are so far ahead of me. Like what I mean is the discussion when you say you don't feel like you're in that state. Man, I don't feel like I'm even remotely close to that state. So much more fun to look forward to. I would say I feel like I'm at 10%. That might be an underestimation, but I feel like I'm at 10 to 15% right now, where I'm shifting my balance to, I'm more getting into the idea of word discovery in order to feel a little bit more competent than my pattern recognition. And I'm specifically saying pattern recognition largely to suggest that I'm not learning any grammar comprehension, and that's not my intent. I'm not looking deliberately for grammar comprehension. I'm largely focusing on speaking for the most part. I think in the long run, just prefer to listen and speak. Fine. Fragments, abode. Weird word orders, abode. It will come to me at some point. Shomatsu wa hitori de gameをします。週末は一人でゲームをします。ゲームをします。そう。週末は一人でゲームをします。During the apocalypse, I play video games by myself. That's pretty quaint. During the apocalypse, I play video games by myself. Sooner or later, I'm going to feel like it's going to be awkward when I mislead people. I hope you guys will excuse me. Because I'm going to be saying one thing and doing another thing. Just because for me, it's kind of fun. Where one of the things that I enjoy when I get used to doing something is to deliberately do something else on top of the thing I'm doing. Maybe it's just that my focus has changed and I'm trying to embrace whatever Japanese accent I have so I stop struggling with Indie. You're all grown up. I'm sorry. That was a little condescending. I feel like I should give you a hug. I think we finally reached the matching semblance of we truly have now resonated. Our wavelengths are touching now. Most of my pronunciation, like in English, Japanese, Mandarin, Spanish, most of that, if it works for you, I would say a lot of times I don't worry about pronunciation as much as it's a technical thing and execution of finding what really sounds nice to you, in my opinion. So if I say I hear someone that is well spoken to me, I tend to over time sound like them. It's kind of fun that way, in my opinion. So I typically find someone I attach an emotional tether to, and I start kind of impersonating them in a way. And that's kind of me not worrying about and embracing an accent. Like sometimes it's not just embracing my own accent. Often you could even add another layer. Find your favorite personality and see if you can like embody, you know, like how do you sound like, I don't know, a really deep guy, like or one of these guys, right? I choose my favorite character and I'm like, Shu Matsu wa Hitori de Geimu o shimasu. Just, and something about, I would say something about constantly experimenting with your voice. I mean, you're a singer, right? Indy, I know you're a singer. Don't shy now. The idea is like when you think of singing, people pick up singing. They like, oh yeah, I kind of want to just sound like this person for the day, like just pretend or try my best and then just forget about it, right? Forget about it. And then you start picking up another person like, oh yeah, I want to do an imitation of that. And over time, you just feel like you have the flexibility of going in and out. In my opinion, that's just my opinion though. It's treating your muscles, treating your vocal cords like muscles, as opposed to worrying about the intellectual consequences of trying to get your muscles to do something maybe they're not ready for. You could end up like me and people hear me sing and they're like, are you tone deaf? I don't think so. Is it really that bad? Disclaimer, not offering life hacks. Your mileage may vary. If you start sounding like a pep, I take no responsibilities. Fair warning. On weekends, I buy new manga. So, oh, sounding like her is hard. Like, Shiumachi. Oh no, yeah, that's not happening. Shiumatsu. Shiumatsu atarashi manga o kaimasu. Or no, I think it's just kaimasu actually. Wait. I think it's okaimasu. But that's too hard. That's so straining on my voice. So 週末は新しい漫画を買います。Yeah. Okay. On Saturdays, I play video game with Ken. So,
土曜日
土曜日。ケンさんとゲームをします。
ケン3
Can you go in the right place?
と
Then?
ゲームをします。
No, her voice is like 土曜日、ケンさんとゲームをします。Oh, there was another correct solution. I must have dropped a particle somewhere, but it was optional or something like that. Japanese are allow for some weird distinctions by the fact that say atarashi manga. Oh yeah. What is weird about saying atarashi manga? On Saturday, I go out with Naomi. 土曜日はナオミさんと
ナオミさん
So help me. Okay. So this is the 出かけます。
出かけます。
You need to choose your words carefully. Ooh, here we go. Lay it on me. 土曜日は、ナオミさんと出かけます。
日曜日
話します。
面白い動画を見ます。
I had a random thought. Never mind. 面白い
動画を見ます。
動画
を見ます。面白い動画を見ます。
面白い動画を見ます。面白い動画を見ます。
テニスをします。
テニスをします。I play tennis.
柔道をします。
柔道をします。柔道をします。いや、柔道をします。Okay. Sorry, that's kind of like emoto. Like emoto. Or I mean, no, sorry. Odototo. Odototo. And emototo. Where were we? Oh.
柔道をします。
柔道
をします。
This feels like it keeps going. Oh, toll. Just keep going.
柔道をします。
日曜日。
日曜日。
一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
Okay.
一人で
でか
可愛
わいい
い動画を見ます。一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
一人でかわいい動画を見ます。日曜日。
日曜日。
日曜日。話します。
話します。
買います。
買います。
東京。
東京。
土曜日。
土曜日。
週末は友達と話します。
週末は友達と話します。During the apocalypse, I talk with friends. I suppose. I guess they survived the apocalypse. 買います。
買います。
日曜日。
日曜日。
7。
7。
話します。
話します。
土曜日。
土曜日。
On weekends, I talk with friends. 週末。週末は友達と話します。Oh wait, just 話します。Yeah, because 友達と話します。Okay. So where were we? 週
週
末
末
は友達と
友達と話します。
日曜日は父と柔道をします。
Let's try saying this. 日曜日は父と柔道をします。日曜日は父と柔道をします。That's a lot of swinging. Lots of swinging. On Sundays, I do judo with my paps. 週末は友達と柔道をします。
します。週末。は
友達と
友達と
柔道
柔道
をします。
します。
日曜日は田中さんとテニスをします。
There are two words for new with the same kanji. Interesting. And with the same root. That's kind of neat. What are the use cases with the two new words? Like the two kanji for new. One is for newly crafted things, and one implies a refresh or renewal. Ah, I see. Fair enough. I can get behind that. That's pretty neat. 新しい versus aratana. Aratana. Interesting. Which one am I saying? Is this atarashi, is that the newly crafted one or the refresh new one? Lotus, I know what no, you guys, okay. Ataratana is way more in literature. Oh, so is this the one meaning the newly crafted one or the refresh or renewal one? Wait. Which one am I saying? Oh, I'm saying like newly crafted, right? Or spanking new, like it's unused new, right? That's what atarashi means. Like young, newly crafted. Okay. Okay. I thought it might be weird, you know, like maybe Duolingo is using a weird use case. So, I mean, it's not unheard of before, so gotta make sure. Okay. And is it only it's only used for crafted objects, right? Aratana would be like getting a new job. Okay, so figurative. Aratana has a figurative use. I was curious, so atarashi is literal most of the time with an object. Can you say like atarashi haiku? Or do you say aratana haiku? Or like yuta, right? Like atarashi uta. Uta. Atarashi uta. Or aratana uta. You didn't get the word there? Haiku? The poem? The poem form? Oh, is that not a noun? Is haiku not a noun? You say atarashi? Okay. Atarashi. Interesting. Okay. 日曜日は田中さんとテニス日曜日は田中さんとテニスをします。Oh, it's pretty much atarashi in all cases. Fair enough. Well, that's good. Thanks for sharing that. Nice. I don't have to like worry about it too much. It is kind of fun to know though. Yeah. Is there like a use case of English where you just typically find it in literature but not in spoken language? Interesting. Trying to think of words that you will almost mutually exclusively find in literature that shares something with something in colloquial speak. I'll probably come up with something tomorrow. That's a really interesting observation that I, right off the top of my head, I don't have a parallelism for in English. Tada ana gets spoken in commercials a lot. Oh, okay. It's because they're like in commercials, they're writing from script, right? And scripts can be formal literary creations. So yeah, I would probably, that seems very reasonable. Yeah, new homes, new jobs, fair enough. You're abstracting the idea. Oh, commercials, right? Renovations, right? Renovations. Yeah, buying new cars is fair enough. Yeah, renovations, refurbished stuff. Fair enough. 日曜日は田中さんとテニスをします。So on Sundays, I play tennis with Tanaka. On Sundays, I play tennis with the honorific, right, Mr. Tanaka. Except that I drop the title. I'm not a title person. As ironic as this may sound, maybe, or like unexpected, I do like the Japanese culture, but when it comes to English, in my nuances, I try to de-emphasize titles. I'm not one that likes the idea that I either get special treatment or I give special treatment to people based on their titles. But I know there is a lot of people who do it as a sign of respect. Personally, for me, I don't go around saying I'm Dr. someone, right? Not really. And I know it's not the same as Mr. and Mrs. That also implies seniority by age and stuff and relative stuff. And if I'm in the comfort of my own colloquialisms, I like to give everyone feeling that everyone's mutual in status, equivalence in status. It is a big contrast with obviously the Japanese culture. And I have a habit of dropping titles when translating to English, not the other way around. I've already normalized honorifics when hearing Japanese. I don't normalize honorifics or titles in English. I don't think the last time I've ever addressed someone by like Mr. It's been a while. When I go into a class and someone says like Mr. someone, I'm like, just call me by my first name. That's kind of the cultural differences, I suppose, in an academic environment. I actually have students just call me by my first name. It's to equivocate the idea that the students should feel like intellectual equals in a lot of capacities. And it took a while to get used to. My superiors, like the people who are mentoring me, they say, yeah, you don't have to say doctor this, doctor that, right? And after 2 or 3 years, you kind of get used to it. So I call my advisors and the people before me by their first name, which in return, we also condition the same thing, and I move forward on that too. So rarely have that ever come up. It happens a lot outside, colloquially. Just I'm not saying I'm representing, but I do drop titles quite a lot. So it's a weird feeling when online on YouTube and stuff, the running joke now, it's a meme, by the way. Like, as a certified seagull of 14 years of migration, I can assure that this is how seagulls migrate. It's become a meme, basically, especially on shorts and TikToks. That stuff has trivialized that, and I don't know, it's a little unfortunate that even that in the internet landscape has become very trivialized. People throw those phrases out as though it does not carry weight anymore. Feels bad, man.
日曜日、
Nichiyobi. Tenis o... Oh, wait. Yoku. 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 I'm closing off my U's too much. Yoku. Yoku tenis o shimasu.
よく
Yoku.
テニスをします。
Shimasu. I dropped something there too. Or something different. I said another... Okay. It might occur here too. Oh, it's probably the wa. It's the wa.
日曜日
Nichiyobi
Wa.
wa. Right. Nichiyobi wa... Ani... what is this one? Doga. Right? So, ani to doga. Doga o mimasu. Nichiyobi wa ani to yoga o mimasu.
兄
と
動画を
見
見ます。
Yeah, there I dropped the particle. I dropped the particle wa because I feel like it can be implied for every Sunday or some Sundays. This animation is great. All right.
週末はヨガをします。
週末はヨガをします。Okay. 週末。Oh, 週末はヨガをします。Weird turn of phrase here, but when we refer to ourselves, for whatever reason, the frequency or prepositional phrase is placed at the end. I yoga をします。I do yoga on the weekend.
一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
Okay. I had 一人でヨガ Wait.
一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
Oh, 動画かわいい動画を見ます。一人で
動画
Oops.
動画一人
一人
で可愛い
ヨガ
動画
Sorry 動画を見ます。
一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
一人で可愛い動画を見ます。
よく花さんとヨガをしますか？
よく花さんとヨガをしますか？よく花さんとヨガをしますか？
よく友達と服を買います。
Okay. I heard よく
よく
友達
と
と服
服
を
を
買います。
よく友達と服を買います。
毎日ケンさんとテニスをします。
Alone is better for a Hitori day than myself. They say both. So, what's better than myself and alone is both. They actually say both. They just choose the first one at the top though. They said both alone and myself. And himself. And herself. Solo. Solo is fine too. That's more of an English thing, in my opinion, there. 毎日は Oh no 毎日ケンさんとテニスをします。毎日ケンさんとテニスをします。
週末は友達と面白い動画を見ます。
Okay. So I heard
週末は
は
友
友
達
達と面白い動画を見ます。
週末は友達と面白い動画を見ます。
Okay. So has the implication of a reflexive position, which is another word. I mean, that's fine. That's again English. I'm talking about the English side of things, but yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know, but good to know. Good to know, I suppose.
時々ケンさんとヨガをします。
時々ケンさんとヨガをします。Wait, let's try that again. 時々ケンさんとヨガをします。時々ケンさんとヨガをします。時々ケンさんとヨガをします。If I slow it down, just if I wanted to keep the same cadence, right? Sometimes do yoga with Gen. I'm thinking of a YouTube personality when I'm doing that.
日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。
Okay.
日曜日、兄と
動画 Wait.
動画を見ます。日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。
Okay, I thought there was going to be another. I thought I might have missed an adjective here. Sometimes I miss the attributive form stuff. Oh, I did. Wait, maybe I didn't. Oh, did I forget wa? I forgot wa. Whoops. Oh, they don't accept wa here. Oh yeah, because it's not implied. I missed the wa particle. That's fine. 週末一人でヨガをします。週末は一人でWhoops. Oh, it's game. Right. ゲームをします。週末は一人でゲームをします。週末は一人でゲームをします。Okay. Sobimasu. That's osobimasu. Or asobimasu. Sobimasu. よくケンさんと呼びます。遊びます。Okay. ケンさんよく よく
よく
ケンさんと
遊びます
遊びますか You often go out with friends. Okay. So. 友達と、よく友達と、遊びます。遊びますかと友達と、よく友達と遊びますか Oh wait, going out. Whoops, that's 出かけます。出かけますか
出かけますか
On Sundays, I read books. 日曜日、一人で本を読みます。本読みます。
日曜日
は、一人で、本を読みます。
日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。日曜日は日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。
兄
と
動画を見ます。
日曜日は兄と動画を見ます。
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the next one.
地図はありますか？
地図は、what?
地図はありますか？
ありますか？ Yeah.
地図は
ありますか？
ありますか？
すみません、地図はありますか？
Excuse me? Do you have a map?
ホームはどこですか？
ホームはどこですか？
ホームは
ど
どこ
こで
ですす
か？
か？
Hey, welcome back, Mouse. How's the stream going? Getting through a lot of lessons, I'm hoping. Typically we try to get through 12 lessons, but we had a lot of good discussions. So, what does that say? Well, go no to all Okay, so you conjugated. Honestly, you just crossed the line there. So okay. You conjugated the thing in a different tense, so I kind of get the idea what you're trying to do there. Fair enough. Just by the ending. It's what they say at the end of animes when they show ads. Oh, I see. Like the sponsor thing. The sponsor thing, yeah. The brought to you by this show is brought to you by etc etc, yeah. Can't read most of that. All right. We try to do 12 lessons, Mouse. On full days, we try to do 12 lessons. Yeah, got a lot of good discussions in, so we're kind of only halfway. Although there's a personalized exercise coming up, so that's just 3 lessons. So it'll be a good time to include that. Where is the ticket gate? How was your video editing? Good? Is it excellent? I imagine you got the task completed. Brought to you by the sponsor ad you see before you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Where is the ticket gate? Ticket gate was like Kaisetsu or Kaisatsu. Yeah, Kaisatsu. Do you mind when other chatters talk about areas of Japanese where you haven't gone to? Or they can. It's usually the common case. Generally, if they talk about other things, that's personally fine. You have to contend with the emotional response that I will probably be non-responsive to things that I didn't get to yet. So that's probably the one thing. So, usually, like someone like Hideyoshi, that person, Hideyoshi, is really knowledgeable about languages. How receptive I am to them is if they're not relevant to me, then you have to be okay with the idea that I'm not going to say much about it, really. Most of the time, the things that me and the other guys talk about is our experiences. Our experiences differ. So we chat about a lot of things tangentially related to Japanese, but not specifically Japanese, or some quirks and things, like opinions and feelings about weirdness. Indy shared about how he's kind of in a state of flux where he's not really learning much more grammatically, and he's getting more exposed to just acquiring specialized vocabulary. So that kind of stuff we talk about a lot. There's random feelings and things, weird things that make us like learning a second language. The discussion that you missed earlier was the idea of how learning Japanese because of Mora, right? Mora and pitch accents. I started going back to English and thinking where Mora and pitch accent happens. And yesterday, the walk versus walk came up. Walk versus walk. These two are considered homophones in English. And that's what we talked about. And it kind of extended from there for a while, for 30 minutes or so. That would be an example of a discussion. It's kind of related to Japanese, kind of the experience nature. I thought it was super interesting. The people I talked to yesterday, maybe not as much. I totally nerded out about homonyms in English. And then, like, I didn't refer to this. I referred to it early in the morning. Things like illusion, and delusion, right? Illusion, illusion. Sometimes you have the classic like effect versus effect. I definitely think it seems interesting. I actually just learned the difference between homonyms, homophones, and homographs the other day. That's a coincidence because I actually looked that up yesterday too. The contemporary use of the word, I think I'm just gonna stick with homonyms. Homonyms have this flexibility that it shows enough ambiguity that kind of highlights my incompetence when it comes to being specific. So sometimes when I think of homophones, I tend to use homonyms because homonyms on your loose categorization could be homophones or homographs or both. So I typically use the word homonym. Homophones, like for example, walk and walk, I don't think they're homophones. So it's kind of weird. So they are kind of homonyms. So if you hear the same sound as walk and walk, then they would be qualified as homophones. But since they don't sound the same to me, they're not homophones. However, they can qualify as homographs because they're they're not spelled the same either and have different meanings. So it's like, whatever. I'm just gonna call them homonyms. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with that. And that's what Japanese got me to appreciate. I went back yesterday and I listened to people that speak in English. So a lot of times I watch interviews where people go between English and Japanese, and it's pretty clear even when you have homophones show up, if you find a homophone, the person actually says, like, if you get that rare chance where they use both instances of homophones in English, they actually consistently say it a specific way, even extended. So my favorite one that is so subtle because of Japanese is anything that deals with longer words. So like wave versus wave, or hole versus hole. These things have become really pronounced to me now because of Japanese mora, the emphasis on mora, how long you hold beats, right? In your right. So wave versus wave and hole versus hole. But they're homophones or homonyms or whatever you want to call them. Where's the ticket gate? Let's see. Kaisatsu. Kaisatsu wa doko desu ka?
改札はどこですか？
ホームはあそこです。
ホームはあそこです。ホームはあそこです。
ホームは電話
Oops.
電話あそこです。
No one saw that.
ホテルはあそこですか？
ホテルはあそこですか？ですか？ホテルはあそこですか？ Oh, why does that sound weird? あそこですか? Oh, ですか? Whoops. Yeah. ホテルはあそこですか? Oh.
ホテルはあそこですか？
ホテルはあそこですか? I feel like I want to put in another syllable somewhere. There, it's fine. It's not melodic enough for me. What the heck? Feels kind of melodically off. Is the hotel over there?
改札は1階です。
挨拶は1階です。挨拶は1階です。1階です。そう、改札は1階です。
1階です。改札は1階です。
The map is also on the first floor. First floor is Hikai. Oh no. No, it's Ikai. Yeah, we just said that. Ikai. Nikai is second floor, and underground is Chika. Yeah, Chika. Okay, so, Chizumo. Oh, sorry. Sa. Chizumo.
地図も1回です。
Feel like there was another word in there somewhere. One thing that I was thinking about was your opinion on best versus alternative. What is your opinion on somebody saying the best alternative method? Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, that's interesting. Would it increase or decrease the credibility of argument due to them sounding like they know more? I actually think my concern is largely if someone says this is the best method and they said that they're only concerned with efficiency, right? That checks out. So I think that boosts their credibility. The problem I typically when I'm confused or when I'm expressively confused, that might seem like I'm trying to concern myself with the person's credibility, but it's more like I'm a little bit confused. So when someone says this is the best alternative method and they're focused on a literal alternative, as in they say they don't use, for example, they're looking for an alternative for Duolingo and they say this is the best alternative that I found in contrast to Duolingo. So what I'm expecting their next couple statements are about is how it is better or considered best and not involving Duolingo. However, if they suddenly go and say, well, this is the best way to use Duolingo, I'm confused. So that's kind of the thing that I was referring to. So when someone is looking for, if they're offering me the best methods, then that means they should be telling me why it's the best, not telling me why it's not the best or there are other shades of gray. It's a little confusing to me. So what I'm concerned about a lot of times is when someone's used to being very open-minded, however they're presenting themselves as a closed-minded person. It's not bad or good. To me, it's confusing, so it causes me to question them. So when someone comes up and say, I think this is the best because I love it, you know, like they just love it, and I'm like, good on you, man, keep loving it. The things you love are the best, isn't it? Right? Desu ne? Right? When someone comes up and say, oh man, this stuff sucks, it's the best though. Okay, so does it, are you happy? Like, should I be worried about you because you just said this thing sucks and you say it's the best at the same time? Like, do you like doing this, or like, is it a bad thing or a good thing to you? I'm a little confused, and that's the stuff that I worry about. Nice, desu ne? Yeah, desu ne, right? I'm speaking Japanglish at this point. So when I see, in my opinion, this is me not trying to interlope on people's things. When I see really brilliant people, like super brilliant kids, and they're gonna go off to college and they're gonna do stuff, the last thing I want them to do is have cognitive dissonance with what they like and what people think they like. So I've met a lot of people who say, oh yeah, you know, I'm very considerate and I want to be very friendly. However, they didn't, no one ever told them that their behavior seemed unfriendly. Not that they're intentionally trying to be unfriendly. Just the idea that this person is telling me, oh yeah, they love playing this. Then why are you so upset? Or something like that. Like a lot of times someone comes to me or like criticize something about me. They say something like, yo, Duolingo like is terrible at going over vocabulary. And then I would ask them, how do you come to that conclusion? It's like, well, I used Duolingo for 670 days and I didn't learn any vocabulary. And then I start asking, okay, what is it that helps you learn vocabulary? Well, they say, well, repetition. Does Duolingo repetition, is that like different than the repetition you're referring to? Because Duolingo, one of the shining features of Duolingo is it almost exclusively relies on repetition. And that's kind of the thing that I look for. So when someone is incredibly intelligent, they have a lot of self-awareness. At the same time, I misunderstand them. It's very difficult for me to see that when someone says, I really want to relate to someone, and then they have a love-hate relationship with them. Oh yeah, I really love language, but I hate learning English. That happens quite a bit. Or, oh, I love the Japanese culture, except when they do this and that and this, and then it turns out to be like most of the Japanese culture. So that's kind of the conditionals, lots of conditionals. And I worry about the mental state moving forward as an adult, because unlike language, in my opinion, a lifestyle of cognitive dissonance, it carries and builds up as one gets older. So then you enter like self-deprecation and imposter syndrome, which I do struggle with quite a lot, because when someone asks me, are you sure? If they ask me a couple more times, I'm going to say, no, I'm not sure. Maybe I should go double check that, regardless of my experience level. I carry that a lot, where when I was younger, a lot of people would approach me and say, why are you so upset looking? I'm like, I'm not upset. Do I look upset? Like, I'm just thinking very hard. So those are the kind of things, like, when I'm around people, I've really haven't understood that I appear upset, even though that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, when you're playing a game, for example, like a tabletop game, and you're thinking really hard, and I just have this really unusual tendency to be really focused, but not projecting proper like cues for other people, and that can be very confusing. And usually when I was young, I was really absorbed. I was very absorbed in learning a lot. And then my public speaking, like speaking in public with a crowd, indirectly or directly with someone, has fallen. It was like really unrehearsed. And one of the things that are involved in language, right? When you learn language, you have to get people to be approachable to you so that you can exchange language. And oftentimes the speaking component falls apart for a lot of young kids nowadays, generally because the people they initiate conversations with don't stick around for too long. They don't want to, they don't feel emotionally exchanging, like resonating. And one of the last steps in language acquisition is to maintain social links for the language. That's kind of some of the thoughts. It doesn't have to be language acquisition. Generally speaking, I feel more comfortable when someone says their one thing and then they behave like that one thing. Otherwise, I would ask them, like, are you sure you feel this way? Because sometimes when you fight against yourself 20, when you get to your 20s and stuff, a lot of times you ask questions like, I don't understand why this is so hard. Like, everyone does it. Everyone goes to the grocery store and spends 2 hours cooking meals for themselves. Or like, it feels like that, you know. I know 2 hours is a long time. 2 hours in a total amount of day. I can't resonate with that. But there are, I would say the average person nowadays in the household spends anywhere from 1 hour to 2 hours total across the day in prepping meals. And I started thinking to myself, why is it so hard for me? So oftentimes I don't want to give people the impression that I cook a lot. Even though I talk about food a lot, I have to make sure that I'm no cook. Like, well, I can cook things if I have to, but generally don't want to give people the impression. That kind of thing. And I'm okay with it. So when someone says I suck at cooking, it's like, well, I should be giving you the impression that I don't cook very often. Okay, so what if somebody was using Duolingo for a random language without specifying the reason for doing so efficiently? Would another person be warranted to suggest another type of method? You remove all doubt by asking, right? At least in that case, there's just no possible way. So you ask. That's an English thing. So I'm not sure how Japanese people would take it, actually. Lotus, what do you think? Would a Japanese person just straight up go ask them, like, I think it's the Asian side of me that's speaking out, but in terms of Chinese and American, the first implication, or less so American, probably my Chinese side would say, just ask to remove all doubt. Like, hey, would you mind if I suggest something? Or I would do a different thing, and I would infer something. So I would sit there for a couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes, even 15 minutes, get the lay of the land of this person's idiosyncrasies, and then start by suggesting something that I observe, so that I can give the person the impression that I actually spend some time watching the person doing it, right? So if I were to make a judgment about someone or something like that, it's like, hey, you know, for the last 15 minutes, I notice that this occurs. Are you okay with that? Like, is that something that is that a point of consternation? Because I have some ideas that may help you, right? So you sit there and you establish to the person that you have invested time in that person. So you have established rapport, and that rapport will allow you to offer the advice. You might even be direct enough and say, hey, I've been watching you for a while, for like the last 30 minutes. It seems like you have a high frequency of this. Are you okay with that? Like, does that bother you? Can you tell me why, yes or no, that doesn't bother you, or it does bother you per se? And then you have enough frame of mind to know what to offer the appropriate advice. A lot of times when you offer advice based on implication as opposed to inference, it actually takes up more time. Like, if you're focused on efficiency, it actually takes up more time for both parties. Since you're explaining something that might end up being a moot point, versus explaining something that might be a loss in resonance emotionally. Don't think I can make solid statements about generalizations in the culture. That's fair enough, Lotus. I respect that. Getting pretty late. Didn't expect my video editing to take a look, but it's always great chatting with. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Mouse. Very good luck. Yeah. Sleep well. Rest well. I think you know a lot of languages, man. I remember you mentioning English, Spanish fluent, high intermediate for Portuguese, and you're starting on Norwegian. So all the power to you. That's a lot of things. And probably then some. Good luck, good luck. Lotus, listen.
改札はあそこですか？
No. Thanks, Mouse. I hope your... I didn't realize you could have access to Prime Gaming at 16. We'll talk about that another time. But thanks. Hey, I appreciate it. I would love to hear all your different like interactions with your friends and like how do you nerd out with your friends? That's kind of an interesting take. I don't actually know what kids do these and in different countries. Oh, it's under your mother's. Okay. Oh, okay. You don't know why she oh, okay. Uses Gmail. 改札はあそこ no wait あそこですか Olivia wanted wait got some typos, Lotus. Oh, she should use Gmail, yeah. Old habits die hard, I suppose. You know? I won't keep it. Sleep well. Someone totally missed the deska.
改札はあそこですか？改札は改札はあそこですか？
あそこ
ですか？
For shame, Lotus. For shame. I see the typo. You missed the E. What? No, you reversed it. Wait, did you... how would you get that soft suit? Did you hit DD? DD by accident? Yeah, you hit D twice. Instead of DE. That's kind of cool because I actually know what your typo is. Since we did the keyboard stuff. I don't know why, but I do really frequently. Lotus. I don't know why either, and it is specifically with des. Like this, I kid you not. The only reason, like one of the biggest reasons why that just stuck out to me is because I actually think the way the keyboard input is, I know, this is like the kid blaming the system, but I swear it's also des. I mess up des. And I don't know if it's like if you like type really fast, you miss des. I don't know what it is. I can't even express it. You hit the nail on the, like the first phrase that it's constantly missed is des for me as well. I just think, well, DES, wait. DES, no, it's just 2 middle fingers. I was thinking maybe it's related to keyboards. My only other possible thing is a deep cut. Do you play video games on keyboard, Lotus? On your same keyboard that you're typing on? The only other thing that I could explain how you hit DD twice is that it's not frequent. However, your D key might be occasionally double actuating. If you use your keyboard for video games, WASD. I do play tapping on my phone though. Oh, okay, never. Sorry, I thought I had a big brain moment for a moment there. My D double actuates every once in a while in my keyboard. It's kind of like 1 out of every 30 strokes or something. There's a double actuation because of WASD. Anyways, can't help you there. Basically, Lotus, I'm telling you, respectfully, skill issue. Sorry. I'll take it back. I don't even know how you type that stuff on a phone, actually. I don't have anything installed on my phone. Now that I think about it, it'd be a great idea to install it on my phone.
すみません。
すみません。地図は、ありますか
地図
地図はありますか
ありますか？
ありますか
あ、すみません。地図はありますか？
They really lean in on
す
not
みません。
changing much. あ、すみません。地図はありますか地図はありますか
地図はありますか？
はい、改札はあそこです。
はい。挨拶はあそこです。Something about あそこです。Makes it sound weird. はい。はい。挨拶。The 挨拶は、改札はあそこです。Is over there. The ticket gate! Oh my gosh. I pulled first. Why did I do that? Sorry.
コート、
I should have checked.
ホーム、
Game. Home.
ホーム、
Home. No one saw anything. It's fine. On.
パン、
On. そば。
服、
服。
と
ホームは1階ですか or yeah 1階ですか so ホームは1階ですかI screw up. Yeah, ホー
ホー
ム
ムは
は
1
1
階
階ですか
ですか？
あ、改札は1階じゃないです。
Okay. 改札は1階じゃないです。じゃないです。1階じゃないです。Okay. What is oh? Oh. The ticket gate isn't on the first floor. 1階。すみません。地図はです地図はありますかWait a minute. Yeah. Yes.
すみません。
すみません。地図はありますか
ありますか？
あ、デパートはあそこです。
デパートはあそこです。Or the department store is over there. Wait. That was not the solution they were looking.
はい、改札はあそこです。
はい。改札 The ticket gate はあそこです。
乗り換えはあそこです。
乗り換え。Oh, 乗り換え。乗り換え。乗り換え。乗り換え。
乗り換えはあそこです。は、
あそこです。
あそこです。
乗り換え is a transfer. 乗り換え. Okay. Oh, and we had trash can too. Oh man, trash can. Oh, trash can. It's like gomigaku. Gomigaku.
ゴミ箱
Gomibaku. Oh my gosh,
ゴ
dude.
ミ箱
You know, the closest thing I can think of for gomibaku is a garbage bag. Gomibaku.
ゴミ箱
Bako. Oh my god.
ゴミ箱
Gomibako. Trash cans not there. Not there. We still there's another vocab that we learned yesterday. It still hadn't come up yet. Atearai. Atearai. Right? Atearai. Restroom. Atearai. Heckin. It's gonna take me a while to get used to these ones. Gomibako. Ah, your face. Ah.
Ah.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, why are you owing me? Oh, it's oh. Yeah, ote. Shut up. Otearai. Shut up, Indy. I'll show you an O. I don't have an O on me.
Ah.
I don't have an O on me.
Ah.
I got your ah though.
Ah. Ah.
I got your ah. Okay. Yeah, bathroom and trash can. That's gonna be a while. Otoarai. So ote arai. Ote arai and komibako. Komibako.
ゴミ箱
Komibako. Why do you have to sound so cheery when you say that?
ゴミ箱
Komibako.
ゴミ箱
So,
ゴミ
komibako
箱
wa あり
ありませ
ませ
ん
ん。
わ
I don't think you need that. Yeah. ゴミ箱ありません。
わ
Never mind. You have to have a thing. It's fine.
ATM はありますか？
ATM.
ATM
ATM doesn't count, okay? ATM.
ATM はありますか？は
What? ありますか？
ありますか？
ATM doesn't count, alright? Don't ATM me.
すみません。ATM はありません。
Also, Wi-Fi doesn't count as well. Alright? すみません。ATM はありません。ありません。ありません。ありません。
すみません。ATM はありません。
Why does that sound weird? はありません。
すみません。ATM はありません。
ありません。Probably because I'm not dropping on the Okay. Oh yeah. The other phrase. Sorry. すみません。すみません。Right, they actually reintroduced this. I still like it that they reintroduced it as sorry. Okay. We don't have ATMs. We don't have an ATM. Says no one in the world. We don't have an ATM. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm being a little toxic. Usually it would you would default to we don't have ATMs, right? With an S. We don't have ATMs. Some things are not usually used in singular form. What was this again? Norikae. Norikae is transfer.
乗り換え
Norikae. T-shatsu. E-shatsu.
T シャツ
Sorry, I'm being a little flamboyant. Scato.
ス
Scato.
カート
Nigiyaka.
にぎやか
And then what? Atarashi.
新しい
ATM は1階です。
Ikai desu. ATM wa ikai desu. The ATM is on the first floor.
すみませんゴミ箱はありません
Sumimasen.
すみません
Gomibako.
ゴミ箱
Gomibako wa
ありません
arimasen.
すみませんゴミ箱はありません
乗り換えはどこですか？
Norikae wa doko desu ka? Okay. Where is the transfer?
ATM はどこですか
ATM wa doko desu ka?
ATM はどこですか
We don't have a trash can. Gomibaku. Gomibako. Gomibako wa arimasen. Where is it?
ゴ
There it
ミ
is.
箱はありません。
あ、すみません。コンビニはありません。
Sumimasen.
すみ
Sumimasen.
ません。コンビ
Konbini
ニは
wa arimasen.
ありません。あ、すみません。コンビニはありません。
The transfer is here. Norikae. Norikae wa koko desu. Norikae
乗り
wa
換
koko
え
desu.
はここです。
いいえ、ゴミ箱はありません。
Iie, gomibaku. Oh my gosh, gomi, not gomi. Iie, gomibako. Bako. Gomibako wa arimasen. Iie, gomibako wa arimasen. Gomibako. Iie, gomibako wa arimasen. Gomibako. No. We don't have a basura. Or is it basura? Basura. Oh no, I'm starting to pronounce those words as Japanese. Oh no, everything's ruined. Oh no. I was trying to say basura, but I ended up saying basura. Now we're having like, what is that? Spapanglish or Janishglish? No. Oh yeah, I kind of like Spapanglish. Everything's melding together. I'm officially ascended to Spapanglish.
いいえ、ゴミ箱はありません。
Sumimasen. Company wa arimasen. Right.
すみません。コンビニはありません。
A とゴミ箱はどこですか？
Gomibako. Komibaku. Ko. Komibako. Komibako wa doko desu ka? Komibako wa doko desu ka? Where are the trash cans? I almost forgot the article. Bus stop. Interesting. They just randomly throw in a bus stop. And it's been a while. Baste. This is the one that I'm constantly confused with Booste. It's Baste. Because I want to say the BU. But Baste. Which is kind of funny because we say bus. But it's spelled with a U. But it does come off as a ba. Like, what the heck, man? English, get your act together. No, I'm sorry. Out of context. I have some latent anger towards English now.
すみません。
Sumimasen. Baste. Dang it, English. Why are you telling me to say buste when it's clearly buste? Where's the A in the B? Come on. It's more like B-A-U-S. Bus stop. Us stop. Get with the program. Sumimasen. Baste wa koko janai desu. Sumimasen. Baste.
バステイ
Baste. Baste wa
はここ
koko janai
じゃないです
janai desu. I mean, norikae wa doko desu ka?
乗り換えはどこですか？
Okay. Why can't you be phonetic? I know, right? Why can't you be phonetic? Oh, wait, I have a good one. It just came to me. Hold. Oh no, I lost it. Yesterday there were homonyms where in English you have an E at the end and no E at the end. And a lot of people actually just drop the E. There are a great number of examples, but I had a really specific one. You know, like LE. Anything that ends with some things that end with an LE. There's another word that just doesn't have the E. And those are homonyms too. I don't remember the one that stuck out to me yesterday. And you pronounce them differently. So it's that you know, at least for the most part, people pronounce them differently. But they're still referred to as homonyms. Just in a different way. What was it? And then we have these ones, right? Oh, these ones are great. Like mantle and mantle. And I actually say them differently. Mantle and mantle. Like mantle, mantle. There's like a big all and tool. Mantle and mantle. I have traditionally when you're thinking about the mantle, it's so weird, but yeah, homophones. Neat. That's not the example I was thinking of. I was thinking of something else with the LEs. I want to work out like this guy. It makes me want to jump rope again. I like this character. Oh, right. What you call it? Ede beta. Ede beta. Ede beta.
エレベータ
Ede beta. Like it. Ooh, that's gonna take a while. Elevator.
エレベータ
Elevator は
は
どこですか？
ーどこですか
I'm just gonna go up to like one day I'm gonna go up to like operator or one of the people at the train station. It's like elevator wa doko desu ka? They're like, wait, what? And what? Like elevator wa doko desu ka? Sorry, Japanese people. I'm gonna be a menace. I just know I'm gonna end up being a menace. Like, cafe wa doko desu ka?
いいえ、Wi-Fi はありません。
いいえ、
いいえ、Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi は
いいえ、Wi-Fi はありません。
ありません。Menace. Okay, let me try this again. Elevator. 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 Elevator はあそこですか？
エレベータ
Elevator
ーは
はあそこ
あそこですか？
すみません、お手洗いはありますか？
Oh, a what?
すみません、お手洗いはありますか？
Oh, oh, there it is. Otearai. Okay, we got it. Otearai.
すみません、お手洗いはありますか？
Yeah, otearai. Okay.
すみませんは、
Wa
お手洗い
otearai. Whoops.
は、
Otearai wa
ありますか？
Oh, not. Wait, ありますか? Yeah.
すみません、お手洗いはありますか？
Yeah, yeah. Do you have a bathroom? Or a restroom? Actually, can someone tell me if there's a separate word for bathroom versus restroom? I need to know. In English, I do distinguish between a restroom and a bathroom. They're not synonymous to me. So this one specifically suggested that it's a restroom, which makes sense in the context of a train station. So I would typically refer to the train station as having restrooms. The only thing Duolingo says is, oh yeah, the toy, toire, yeah, toire, and ote arai. Japanese have separate rooms for baths, never in the same room as a toilet. Yeah, that too, by the way, that too. However, restrooms and bathrooms are a distinction feature too. So in a bathroom, there's a bath. In a restroom, there just isn't a bath. If you know what I mean. So there's still that too. Not just like if there's a toilet, right? Or actually it's the same. Actually, so Japanese, it's the same thing. So is there a separate word for bathrooms? Or like the bathroom part of the bath part of the bathroom? I really do legitimately, it is kind of important to me. I don't ever go out and ask for where the bathroom is. I typically go out and ask where the restroom is, because most public restrooms do not have a bath, even if they're connected or not connected in the privacy of your own home. A word might exist. Interesting. I know some people use restrooms and bathrooms interchangeably, but think about asking someone where the restroom is and getting a bathhouse in Japanese. No, I'm just kidding, but just think about that for a moment, you know. Like, oh yeah, bathhouses, bathrooms, same thing as restrooms, and then suddenly you're in a bathhouse when looking for a restroom. Or a Anyways, just thinking of like random nonsense. I'm sure it's not a problem.
すみません。
Wi-Fi はありません。
Wi-Fi はありません。
お手洗いはありますか？
Hotera, hotera あれ、hotera 洗い。hotera 洗いはありません。ありますか？ Okay. You know what is kind of an odd feeling? At least for myself, I don't know if you guys can relate. Whenever they teach questions, I almost feel like it's easier for me to just come up with a question instead. Like saying it this, like just asking this, like, I kind of want the freedom of saying, do you not have a bathroom or do you have a bathroom? Oh, terarai, yeah. Oh, means hand washing. Oh, interesting. Hand washing by toire is toilet stuff, yeah. That was in the kata. That was in the kana section. Toire. And they haven't introduced toire yet, but I'm expecting to see the toire. So here's a question. If you say the toire, is it implied that there's a hand washing station? No? Okay. Good to know. Wait, are there places where there is just a toilet and not a hand washing station? Because of, like, you know, how toilets work. Yes? Okay. Yes, ... Okay. I don't know. I haven't been to Japan. And these are the essential questions. I honestly think this is an essential question that a Japanese person could answer. Like, if you ask for the toilet, are you going to get a location where it's just the toilet? And you have to be comfortable with the idea that you're not going to wash your hands. These are the most important questions of life, my folks. Just saying. お手洗いはありますか？ Do you have a restroom? Yes. Oh, we got taxi too. I don't actually know how they separated taxi. Hold up. Okay, taxi. Okay, so taxi wa...
タクシー
Yeah,
タクシー
taxi wa... ikai desu.
です。
Japan has modern bathrooms, but they have corks. You sometimes have to bring your own toilet paper or hand towel. Oh, I thought that was just a joke. I thought that was a meme. In the video game series, you know, like a dragon. I thought that was just a meme, bringing toilet paper. Also, I think I misspoke earlier. Toire is actually the whole bathroom, not just the toilet. Oh, interesting. Really? Well, that's confusing. So, just a wee bit confusing. Okay. Okay, so you know how places don't usually like there are places, you know, efficiency places that don't have baths, right? What do you call those? Do you still call them toire? In like your privacy, like in your own place. There are places that aren't equipped with baths. Or are they all equipped with baths? I was kind of in the impression that there are places where they don't. Eiga.
映画
Shizuka.
静か
Anime.
アニメ
Taxi.
タクシー
And then kabam.
カバン
Oh, you still say, okay. Toire. Okay. Sorry. When I think of bathhouses, I think of this Dogen skit that I watched before. Yeah, sometime yesterday. Where it was him. The tag on his thumbnail was the title was "No one is going to accept. They're never going to accept you." And then in the thumbnail it says except for one. Like, although there's one exception. And it was like a skit where Dogen was playing himself and a stranger, and he enters the elevator, and Dogen tries very hard to like introduce himself and talk to the guy in the elevator, and the guy was just like, why are you talking to me? Kind of thing. But then he moves on to the next skit where he's just getting into the bath, right? He's just like relaxing in the bath, and then he plays another character who just can't stop talking to him. Good old Japaneseisms. To me it's a deep cut, because if you think about it, in Japanese culture, the time that they get to talk is the time that they get to relax. And in a Western culture, in my opinion, when you relax are the times when you actually stop talking. A lot of times, like the ritualistic Western thing is you get a peace of mind, you chill, and you actually don't talk during that. And one of the bigger deep cuts is the whole expressiveness in public. You still talk and be expressive in like opinions and whatnot a lot of times in a Western society. But in an Eastern society, the talking thing is kept to relaxation, pleasure, and the nightlife, right? Meanwhile, in the Western world, you kind of just have that ability to talk and share regularly throughout the day. It's kind of one of the social norms. So it's very understandable when you suddenly get into a bathhouse and they're trying to relax, they will become talkative, because it's a nice place to relax. And you relax by talking, at least in how I feel when it comes to the Japanese culture, or by transitive, the Chinese way. You don't say much until you get to a intimate place or like a relaxation place. Then talking happens. But when you're outside in public, not saying bathhouses aren't public places, it's kind of a special place. And then in an elevator, it's like, no, why are you talking to me? And that's all I'm thinking about right now, the skit. I don't drink very much, but I certainly wouldn't mind partaking in the nightlife culture of not that type of nightlife, but more of the getting together, sharing a meal with some salarymen, and just seeing the jubilation in their evening hours. Jubilation. I don't think that's a word. I think I just made it up. That might be a word. I actually don't know. Do you have a restroom? What is the restroom again? Otearai. Sorry. Otearai. No. Wait. Arai. Otearai. Arai. Otearai. Otearai.
お手洗い
Otearai. は ありますか? Soba.
そば
Oh, I could use some soba. I could really use some soba. Saka.
サッカ
Manga.
漫画
Freaking. Otearai.
お手洗い
And then
ー
ooki.
大きい
あ、Wi-Fi はありません。
Wi-Fi wa arimasen. Oh, we don't have Wi-Fi. We don't Wi-Fi. Sorry. We don't have the Wi-Fi.
あ、すみません Wi-Fi はありません
Sumimasen.
Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi
wa
wa
あり
arimasen.
ません
This sounds so apologetic. Like, sumimasen. Wi-Fi wa arimasen. This feels like the sen part is like, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Obviously, it doesn't mean that, but no. The whole sen. Every time I hear like a negative in Japanese, it sounds so apologetic.
あ、すみません Wi-Fi はありません
I imagine that's kind of intentional because polite, very polite language, indirect language. Not like get good. I wonder how people express get good in Japanese.
円
And 乗り換え
乗り換え
ニュース
ニュース
エレベータ
エレベータ
ーホーム
ホーム
Sooner or later I'm gonna say someone's like, hey, just take the elevator. Just point to it. It's like the elevator is over there. Like, wait, why are you saying it like that? Why am I saying what like that? Elevator. Elevator. No. That. It's like what? Elevator. 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 I'm gonna do it. Just to be a troll. Just to be a troll.
タクシーは地下じゃないです
Go to Japan, ask my sister like, how much does this cost? And or like someone asked me like, how much does this cost in Japan? It's like, oh, 500 yen. Like 500 what? 500 yen. 500 yen? N. Yen? N. So why do you keep saying yen like that? N. It's N. Like the cool whip situation all over again. It's like, man, this orange juice tastes amazing. Why are you saying juice like that? What do you mean when I'm saying juice like that? Why are you saying it like that? Like, I say juice. Yeah, juice. What do you want? Like, hand me that newsu. Newspaper. I don't know how to say newspaper. Wait, is newspaper a different word? I'm going to do that just to practice Japanese. Yeah, like you're the one with the weird accent. Yeah, you. Like now, and then you just like throw a curveball. It's like now hand me that gyunyon. Gyunyon. Oh, there's so many good clips, and I think it's owed to Dogen. Really, Dogen does a lot of wonderful clips. I love the oh, I'm sorry, Indy. I don't know why I keep thinking you when you're around. Sorry. I pulled one too. I forgot what I messed up. I really messed up something big. And I don't remember what it is anymore. Maybe it'll come up again. Q-noon. Q-noon. New. You knew. You knew. Like, hey, you guys want to watch anime today? Like, you guys want to watch anime today? Like, yeah, let's watch anime. Why are you saying like that? Anime? Anime. No, anime. Like, yeah, I heard you. Anime.
じゃないです。
Whoops.
じゃないです。タクシーは地下じゃないです。
Akshi. Akshi. No, wait. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Taxi. Yeah.
タク
Taxi
シーは、
は、
タクシーは地下じゃないです。
Taxi は、地下
地下
じゃないんです。
タクシーは地下じゃないです。
For the record, like, in my opinion, doing what I'm doing now and having fun doing that with your friends, I think that's a wonderful way of immersing yourself while being constructive, but still don't have like the full thing together. If you turn those like single words into like phrases over time, and then you construct them into independent clauses, that is how, at least in my opinion, how my parents acquired some of the English phrases, how I continue to acquire like Mandarin phrases without any context of like the actual other language. Like, so it's kind of a bridge between total immersion and the direct method. And I do that quite a lot to associate the two. It might lead to some bad habits, I suppose, or like habits that are undesirable by other people. However, for me, it's so much fun because, you know, a lot of times, how do you encourage someone by being around them to understand what it's like to learn another language? Well, they will always have enough context if you substitute one word here and there, and it helps you while encouraging them. Like anime stuff where like I have no idea what I'm saying. Sumimasen. It's basically what like people who watch anime pick up, right? They pick up the arigato gozaimasu and ohayo gozaimasu, stuff like that. So if you do that around people, it kind of makes you like get you into the whole pitch accent or whatever impersonation you're doing. And when you're watching anime, it becomes really normal where you're trying to consume all of it, but at least you're picking up all the time phrases here and there, and then after a couple of times fill in all the gaps. At least that's my opinion. When I watch Chinese television, like Chinese dramas and stuff, most of the time it starts with that. I pick up all the gists and then eventually flesh out the gists.
タクシーは地下ですか?
Taxi wa chika desu ka? Which I'm doing on my free time, by the way. All the stuff I'm doing now for fun is what I do on my free time. Like, oh yeah, I know what the idea what this person's saying. Yeah. Oh, and also it's really cool. Someone's method is this. YouTube shorts are quite a lot. If you don't retain enough things, YouTube shorts, the different length formats also give better opportunities. So I've been watching far more like YouTube short interviews versus YouTube long formats. And what happens is you get re-exposed over and over again. Like, oh, I didn't quite catch that. 1 minute later, I didn't quite catch that. And eventually it gets to a point where even 1 minute is okay. So 1 minute is that's a lot of sentences. At most, I would say in these interviews when they're reintroducing themselves, they're very static. So in interview, you can get used to hearing the Japanese very classical ways. Like the guy would ask, "Oh, can you introduce yourself in Japanese?" And at minimum, most people will be introducing themselves. They vary slightly back and forth, and that's kind of really comforting. And then you can pick other shorts where you find in a context of another person, right? A Japanese person shopping, which I found really interesting too, or a Japanese person describing products, like food products when they eat, or like oishii desu, like things like that, where you're just hearing for emotional inputs and stuff. And those conversational skills, in my opinion, are necessary. It's one of those like pleasure conversational skills. Like when you're eating, I want to know, how do I express like in that way? And even to me, after listening to them, I kind of get into the groove of saying oishii desu, like not even really focusing on, oh yeah, I have to be flat or high, but really just adding your emotions into the words. So nowadays, like sumimasen, like you could say sorry really excitingly, or as an excuse, and then sumimasen. So like being sorry, and I'm adding my English tendencies into the Japanese, and in my opinion, it kind of makes me feel more comfortable. Like, I would say sumimasen, trying to get someone's attention, and then sumimasen. My bad. And you hear it in the Japanese people, like just this stuff is devoid of that. So you don't have contextual tonality, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm just throwing fancy words around. There's none of that yet, at least. Okay, taxi wa chika desu ka? Are the taxis underground? On the underground level. Okay. The transfer is on the underground level. Big disclaimer though. All the things I'm talking about, I already do naturally. So it can be the disclaimer here is, if you're not used to doing that already, it does take a while to get used. I can only imagine how discomforting it is to listen to something and you only pick up 2 or 3 words. I spend a lot of my time sitting around listening to Mandarin when my parents are talking back and forth, and it's pretty choppy. I pick up a phrase here, and I get the gist. So it's very normal for me to feel like, as long as I'm not completely lost, it's still okay. And over time, it just gets normalized. I feel those who are acquiring language again, after spending a long time with a native language, the biggest barrier in this type of approach, like if you're going to use this approach, the biggest barrier is feeling confident or feeling comfortable in that, knowing your goal is to understand at least one word more than the last time. Progress may be slow, however, at the beginning, once you become comfortable, it isn't just going to be one word. It's going to be like one pass is going to end up being 30%, and then another pass it just shoots up to 60%, and at some point it feels so natural that sometimes you don't even think about it. And that's the kind of the thing that I feel people would ascribe fluency to. You don't think about it anymore. It's like, oh yeah, it just passed by, and then if anyone asks me what I think it means, it'll just come out. However, when I'm listening to it, I don't think about what it means. That's a good point. Yes. Your name is Hana-san. Yes. That kind of thing. It's such a weird feeling in the end when you describe. It takes me so long to describe what I say in Fujianese, since I don't practice it at all. No one ever asks me when I'm talking to my parents, hey, what did they say? They don't say that very often. Like, well, I guess they say they like you. Cue the meme where like a skit where you have like a couple, the male is Chinese and the female is American, right? And then they go to their parents and meet up, and the male would speak to their parents for like 30 minutes, and the female would ask, what did they say? They said they like you. And there was 30 minutes of discussion while she's like looking around and keeping to herself, and then all he came up with, they say they like you. And I feel that's kind of how it feels when you truly know, in my opinion, that you stop thinking about what you're actually saying, because it takes a really long time to translate. Sometimes people would ask me, hey, how do you say this in Fujianese? And I'm like, do I even say that? Do I even have a word for that? What is life? I suddenly don't know how to speak Fujianese. The transfer is on the underground. So, wait. Transfer. That's no, norikai, norikai, no, norikai, norikai wa shika desu.
乗り換えはしかです。
ATM.
ATM
ATM.
ATM
ATM.
ATM
I am so curious. When
ATM
do they actually write out ATM when you're writing in like Japanese? And do people just write out ATM? I guess we saw the T and the J, huh? In T Shatsu and J Pulp. But ATM. Yeah, English letter abbreviations are super common. Oh. Even Wi-Fi? Even Wi-Fi? WIFI? Is that considered an abbreviation? I guess that's considered an abbreviation. Wait, what does Wi-Fi even stand for? I'm so ignorant now. I don't know what Wi-Fi actually stands for. Does it even stand for anything? Sorry. I remember this skit about Wi-Fi is in the dictionary as Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. The Wi-Fi thing, this is just to show how much of a boomer, well, not a boomer, but a millennial I am. I've been alive where someone asked me, what is Wi-Fi? Actually, it might still happen nowadays. If you have like a older generation, maybe someone in their 50s and 60s, they might still ask you, at least in the United States, what's Wi-Fi? I saw a clip. I saw like a fun millennial, boomer, Gen X, Gen Z, and comparison. Like, what the heck's a Wi-Fi? ATM. ATM.
ATM
ATM.
ATM
Real talk. Real talk though. If you go up to a Japanese person, right? And like a convenience store, you go up to a convenience store and you ask, ATM, right? Or if you say ATM wa doko desu ka? Would they be more comfortable you saying ATM or ATM? And how would they process it? How would they process you suddenly went from ATM English to wa doko desu ka? Right? I need a Japanese friend now. I need to find a Japanese friend.
ATM
Wait, are either of you Japanese? By somehow? Maybe 10% Japanese? Speak up or forever hold your peace. A E mu. ATM. Oh, ATM. Wait. ATM. No. Wait. ATM. ATM. Wait, is that how you spell it? In katakana? You're very white. All right. Not even like 5%. Oh, you forgot the A? Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh. Where does the A go? Oh, A. Oh, it is this one? So that's how you...
ATM
ATM. So interesting. When I see it in the katakana, I wouldn't get ATM. Weird. Emu. Oh. AT. Oh, AT. Oh, AT. Emu. ATM.
ATM
ATM.
ATM
Okay. I'm not so sure about the te. I don't know why I'm not getting the te right. The middle syllable. It strikes to me as ATM. ATM instead of ATM.
ATM
Yeah. So you can write these.
ATM
You can probably write these. Anna. Not that it would help. ATM wa
は
chika desu.
地下です
Chika. E is super rare in Japanese, basically only in loanwords.
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
That is always a great reminder to stay hydrated, folks, and take breaks.
ATM は2階です。
ATM は something kai
2階
2階です。
です。ATM は2階です。
Yeah, second floor.
ATM は2階です。
Okay. Oh, right. Far and near. Toll. Toll. Wait. Tolley, right? Tolley. Yeah. バス停は遠いですか？
バス停
バス停
は
は
遠い
遠い
です
ですか？
か
乗り換えは遠いですね。乗り換え
乗り換え
は
は遠い
遠い
遠い遠い
で。
ですす
ね
ね。
乗り換えは遠いですね。
すみません。Oh, we got stairs too. I totally forgot about stairs. It's like 電話. Oh no, 電話. Sorry, 電話 is phone. My bad. It's I don't actually remember which stairs. It's not this, right? Is it this?
階段
Kaidan. Oh, that is
階段
totally stairs.
階段
Kaidan. There's no way
階段
I'm gonna remember stairs. We're gonna have to think of it. What does stairs? What does kaidan minus? Kaidan. Kaidan. No, it's like the first time I've heard stairs. I got no way of associating this. Kaidan. Yep. The inspiration. すみません。階段はどこですか？
すみません階段はどこですか？
階段。
コンセントはありますか？
Oh, we also got consent. The outlets.
コンセントはありますか？
Oh, wow.
コンセントは
ありますか？
ありますか？
Totally forgot about consent. Concentric plugs. 乗り換えは、多いですね。
乗り換え
乗り換えは
遠い
通り
で
ですす
ね。
あ、すみません。電話はありません。
電話。
すみません。電話
は
は
ありません。
ありません。あ、すみません。電話はありません。
お手洗いは2階です。
お手洗いは2階です。Right? On the second floor. The restroom is on the second floor.
ゴミ箱は2階です。
ゴミ箱。
ゴミ箱
は
2階
2階
で
です。
す。ゴミ箱は2階です。
階段はあそこですか？
階段
階段はあそこですか？
はあそこですか？ Are there stairs over there? Wait. Are there stairs? Wait. Are the stairs over there? Thy stairs. コンセントはありません。ありますか？コンセントはありますか？
ありますか？
コンビニは2階ですか？
コンビニは 2階 desu ka? Is the convenience store on the second floor. That kind of rhymed. Skato
スカート、ロッ
roku
ク、
saka
サッカ
yaku yaku yu 野球
ー野球
野球電話
電話、
階段はここですか？
I gotta be careful not to say 電話 as opposed to 電話I don't know if that's gonna confuse anyone saying 電話 possibly階段はここですか？Are the stairs here? Engineer
エンジニア
スカート
スカート、
遠い
遠い、
ロック映画
映画、
コンセントはありますか？
アイスコンセントはありますか？
You wanna have a phone? 電話はありません。
電話はありません。
電話はありません。電話は
自販機はありますか？
自販機 Oh, junkie. Oh, I totally forgot about junkie. How could I forget about junkie? I basically a junkie. 自販機 junkie. The junkie machines. The junk food machines. 自販機
はありますか？は
ありますか？
ありますか？
junkie. すみません。Oh, exits. There's so many vocabulary words I actually forgot. It's this one. No. I don't.
出口、
出口? Oh, it's 出口.
出口、
Okay. 出口. So what words have I missed? Or forgot to recall? 出口, 自販機, 遠い 2階 not so much. 地下 not so much. And then the rest are like ATM. No, I think we're gonna try to remember. Okay. Oh, we forgot like otearai. Okay. すみません。
すみません。
ど口はどこですか？
出口、
出口。Oh my god. 出口はどこですか？
どこですか？
すみません、カフェはあそこですか？
Right, kahe. There's still kahe. That's okay. Kahe is kahe.
すみません、カフェはあそこですか？カフェは
あそこ。
あそこですか？
すみません。コインロッカーコインロッカーすみません。コインロッカーはありません。
すみません。コインロッカ
コインロッカー
ーは
は
ありません。
コインロッカー。
すみません、自販機はありますか？
Junkie. Indeed, junkie. Were you here for junkie? Vending machines. Junk food, man. I know that's not true for Japanese vending machines. A lot of times, but junkie. Junkie machines. Junkie.
すみません、自販機はありますか？
すみません。
すみません、自販機は
ありません。or, yeah,
ありません。
Yeah, they are. They are, for sure. Although, now we have to be relative, right? Relative. Our vending machines are unhealthy compared to a home-cooked meal. Would a Japanese person argue that if they compared a nice restaurant meal or home-cooked meal, it'd be healthier than a vending machine meal? Or a vending machine? You know, I think it still translates, right? If you have time, go to your local place, have a really warm meal. If not, make, a warm meal. You know? But junkie, how can you unhear that? It took me, yesterday when they introduced it, it took me like 5 seconds. I'm like, are they saying junkie? Is that intentional? Because there's nothing about junkie that screams vending machine, if you know what I mean. Unless someone can explain to me that jahanki is made up of like words that mean vending machine or something, but it is uncannily sounding like junkie. I'm just saying. I almost feel like someone up there has a sense of humor. And what I mean by up there, I mean the Japanese bureaucracy or something. What if I could explain that it means vending machine? Oh wait, tell me. Explain to me the words. Okay, it means self-cell mechanism. Oh. Wait, I think Hideyoshi told me that yesterday. Wait, did you tell me that? Someone told me that yesterday. Someone told me that yesterday. I just completely blocked it out of my mind. Oh, it wasn't you? It might have been Hideyoshi. Because I'm looking at your kanji. I'm looking at your kanji, and I remember seeing that. I mean, I have no idea how to draw that kanji, but that blob of kanji actually looks familiar. It's probably Hideyoshi.
すみません、自販機はありますか？
Way to... Wait.
ありません、ありますか？すみません、自販機はありますか？
Don't at me. It's junky.
近いですね。
近いですね. Okay. 近い. Oh, this is the close. 近い. Oh, why does it have to be 近い? Wait, that's so confusing. Oh my gosh, that is so confusing. It's like an amalgam of chika, but also kai with for like nikai and ikai. Oh, it's without the kanji. Oh, okay. So we have kanji coming. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If we have kanji, it's perfectly fine. Okay, that's fine. Because looking at that is really confusing. Like, wait, floor? Chi floor desu ne? Okay, it's fair. Okay. It's close, isn't it?
カフェは2階ですか？
あ、カフェは2階ですか？
カフェは2階ですか？
カフェは2階ですか？ Underground versus close, yeah. Yeah, chika versus chikai, right? And then you have kai as the counter or like the thing for floor. So then you think you might be counting up as well, like ikai, nikai.
カフェは2階ですか？
When you hear it, and I'm talking about more about hearing now. In this case, not to
お
mix
手
it up.
洗いは近いですか？
Wait. おたらい。お手洗い。Bathroom was ruining my voice. お手洗いは近いですか? Yeah, I'm starting to stop at 近 and that's not great. That's okay. 近いですか? Okay. Is the restroom close? Okay. That just felt really awkward out the mouth. Sorry, kids. すみません。自販機はありますか？
あ、すみません。自販機はありますか？ありますか？
すみません、出口じゃないです。
すみません。いや、出口じゃないです。It's not. Wait. It's not an exit? Wow. Is the exit far? Eesh. Okay. Was it Deguchi? Right. Deguchi wa遠い出口は遠い No. Yes. 出口は遠いですね. Oh no, that's not it. No, it's just wa desu ka.
出口
Of course you would 出口 me. 出口は
は遠い
遠いですか? 天ぷら
ロック
Ongaku or ongaku.
音楽
Oh, okay. You would do that. Soba.
そば、
Dekuchi.
出口、
Oh, sumimasen. Coin locker. Coin locker. Coin locker wa arimasen.
あ、すみません。コインロッカ
Coin locker wa arimasen.
ーありません。
コインロッカーはありません。
Coin locker. Coin locker wa arimasen. Ongaku.
音楽、
Ongaku. Kaidan stairs. Kaidan.
階段
Chizu.
地図、
J-pop.
J-POP
And kafe.
カフェ、
Cafe. It's closed, isn't it? What was it? Chikai? Yeah. Chikai. Chikai desu ne.
近いですね。
Kafe. Kafe. Kafe wa chikai desu ne. No, not desu na. Desu ka. Kafe wa chikai desu ka?
カフェは近いですか？
All right. I am excited to get to Unit 2 sometime soon. But then we get new kanji. I hope these kanji sections aren't like pep and just have 4 of them. I'm just saying. I need my kanji fix. But this is a good place to stop for today. Ooh. We did our 12 lessons today. Alright, folks. It's a pleasure. I guess I can edit out a digression somewhere. Talking. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for listening. Hope you guys are doing well in your own language studies, right? Sharing shenanigans. Embrace that Japanglish. As always, thanks for commenting, sharing, shenanigans, what at you, calling me out, Indy. Uncalled for. I'll show you an O next time. Okay? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I only know how to say oyasumi. I feel like I need to add something, but I guess that's an I verb, but oyasumi. That's all I remember. Do you say oyasumi desu for politeness only? And oyasumi is the casual? Oyasumi na nasai. Oh, nasai. Okay. Oyasumi nasai. Interesting. Oyasumi nasai. Nice. Yeah. Oyasumi is super friendly. Okay, yeah, okay. I was wondering how you like add a slight more casual thing. Or like slightly more polite. Or formal. So oyasumi nasai. Okay. Alright guys. Oyasumi nasai, right? As always, mata ashita. Janet. Bye. Take care.